for enhanced naval operations. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this important conversation is the 23rd and immediate past Chief of the Naval Staff, Nigeria, a distinguished admiral who holds a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics and a master's degree in strategic studies from the University of Ibadan, among several other qualifications. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our moderator, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, retired. Please can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way on stage. Our ushers, please help with administering the Admiral. Joining him on stage is our first presenter. His paper titled Unmanned Aerial System Technologies in Maritime Surveillance. Our presenter is an academic and aerospace engineer. He currently serves as the Deputy Commandant of the Air Force Institute of Technology and holds both a master's and doctoral degree in aerospace engineering from the Cranfield University in the United Kingdom. Notably, he made history as the first serving officer in the Nigerian Air Force to attain the rank of full professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Air Vice Marshal Professor O.C. Badike. Senior officer will be speaking on unmanned aerial system technologies in maritime surveillance for 10 minutes. Our second presenter will speak on optimization of satellite technology for improved maritime situational awareness. Our presenter, a distinguished scientist and researcher with extensive expertise in ecology, environmental science, and space-based applications. He serves as the director of the Atlantic International Research Center at the National Space Research and Development Agency and holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in ecology and environmental science. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Bolariwa Olutayo Balogun. Our third presenter will speak on artificial intelligence and the integration of big data in maritime surveillance. Our third presenter brings a wealth of international experience spanning over 3 decades of military leadership and strategic management. A retired United States Naval flag officer, he served with distinction for 33 years and has continued to contribute
Of course, Admiral Patrick, a very good friend of the Nigerian Navy. I don't think there is any symposium we have organized without his input. I'm happy to be with you in this panel. You're welcome. So without wasting too much of our time, we have a total of 1 hour for this discussion, where each of the discussants has 10 minutes to make his presentation. Thereafter, we will take the interactive section, which is about 1 hour also. Now, but before I move over to the discussants, I want to just talk specifically on the theme of today's discussions, which is leveraging technology for maritime safety in Africa, maritime security in Africa. And with this theme, there is one question I always agitate my mind. How has Africa been coping in terms of following advancements in technology? That's why I believe that the theme for today is very, very, very apt. If you look at advancements in technology, including the three topics we are discussing today, we will think that it is something of the 21st century. But technology has always been evolving. For instance, when you talk about unmanned aerial vehicles, I can say that everything you utilize for air warfare that is not manned by a human being can be considered as unmanned aerial vehicle. And if you look at this history, it dates back to use of missiles, drones. Also, the second topic, which is about optimizing satellite technology. Of course, we know that right from the time of the NAVSTAR satellite systems, which were used for our navigation and other forms of satellite technology, the world has moved very far. How has Africa been coping with these trends? Now, in the modern time, we are talking about artificial intelligence and big data with all the benefits that arise from it. Of course, we all know that artificial intelligence gives the capacity for predictive learning. That means that we should be able to even predict how our operations will go. And this area is fast changing and fast evolving. How has Africa been involved in this fast change? Are we just there as consumers, or we are part of the overall innovation? These are the questions that I think we'll be able to
So this current realities is driving and cost effects. Have supply chain disruption that will affect our operation. Outlay. Sometimes the cost of acquiring funding sources, most African countries are based on annual budgets, so we have to plan ahead of time. We also neglect unmanned area vehicle for other assets. Despite the challenges, we also have emerging UAV technologies that we can leverage on. Next slide. Next. So the first technology is the advent of dual use systems, where some use spare parts. It's a commercial phone that you can buy for less than $70,000, but on the right, It's a military equivalent, nothing changed, but you can buy it for greater than $500,000. The same thing system. Artificial intelligence is key to modern ISR. I will play this. Just watch this video for 1 minute.
Side to identify them. PID, Susan Hill and Banford.
The takeaway from this movie, next slide, is that all cigarette packets do not contain only cigarettes. All insects are not only insects. The Big Brother is watching you. All thanks to artificial intelligence and militarization. Next time you are on your ship and you see an insect staring at you, please look at it properly because it might be an ISR platform. So what are the strategic imperatives for Africa Davis? We need to invest in cost-effective, affordable system. We don't have to go for the big bang. Commercial off-the-shelf drone can do the work. We need to prioritize human capacity development by training. We need to know what we need before we purchase. Next. We need to establish dedicated UAV maintenance and operation units. Avoid neglecting UAV in favor of familiar platforms. We need to develop capacity for artificial intelligence and machine learning. We also need to enhance our research and development initiative to support the UAVs we have acquired. We need to enhance public-private partnership and encourage surveillance as a service. We need to adopt hybrid architecture where we use the UAV to search and then our ship can interject. There's also need to collaborate at the regional level because collaboration is important. We need to make effort towards self-reliance and develop clear UAV map, timelines, capabilities, and milestones. Next, we need to promote commercial off-the-shelf reverse engineering, and we need to galvanize our academia, industry, and the hobby community. My final thoughts, sir. First, UAV for maritime surveillance is no longer the exclusive reserve of advanced navies. Security threats within our maritime domain will not wait for us to catch up. Adopting and adapting UAV technology is no longer optional. It's a strategic imperative. So by pushing low-cost systems and commercial off-the-shelf systems, African navies can leapfrog. UAV is the new compass of naval warfare, the periscope of 21st century fleet, the radar of tomorrow's battle space, and the silent guardian of the coast. For African naval forces, we need to master it, integrate it, and weld it with vision. But let's remember, if we want to work alone, but if we want to work far, we work together. So for African naval forces, let's work together or work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, AVM Badike. Please, for the good presentation he has just given to us, I think we should give him another round of applause. I think now we'll go to the next subject of discussion today, which is to be handled by Dr. Balogun Bularinwa on the topic optimization of satellite technology in maritime situational awareness. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Okay. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name has been introduced, and then where I work. I'm with the Nigerian Space Agency called National Space Research and Development Agency, and I oversee the activities of the Atlantic International Research Center. The Atlantic International Research Center deals with all countries within the Atlantic Basin. And the objective is to look into the healthy development of the resource for development of blue economy, and then of course for safety and security of the nations that are within that basin. My presentation has this rundown. So we'll be looking at the conceptual underpinning of MSA. We'll be looking at the definition and scope, and then, we'll also look at the contributions of the Atlantic International Research to satellite technology optimization. In that regard, we'll be looking at internal wave service, and then sea-state monitoring applications, and then we'll look at the imperativeness of national, institutional, and then intergovernmental collaborations. Okay. Please, okay. All right, so maritime domain has a lot of issues, and obviously that is why we are all gathered here today. And then the issues range from the coverage of the domain. You're talking about 5 vast, oceans, and then that covers extensive parts, of the world. And then you're also looking at uses that are, that vary to a very large extent, ranging from navigation to communication, oil and gas, exploration to food provisioning, and then to mineral mining, to pollution. Then, of course, the use of that resource for scientific research, and then for security purposes. And then we look at the environment surrounding that resource, which are generally termed coastal environments, the activities and their impact, on that resource. And then you're looking at an environment that has a very large population, a high population concentration, which is largely poor and uneducated. And then you're looking at how remote that environment is. And then when something is remote from government attention, and spotlight, a lot of activities go on there that are unregulated. And then it could stretch over a very long distance. And then so it means that it will require a lot of effort, to look at, the maritime situational awareness of such a very big resource. And then we look at maritime situational awareness. So what does it mean? It means effective understanding of activities and conditions and threats within the maritime domain. Then so it integrates, surveillance, monitoring, and information system to support decision making. And the results from that that analysis that are done, from all those multi-sources, data gathered from all those multi-sources are used for security, for environmental management, and then for economic activities. Next slide. So we've had progression in maritime situational awareness. And then so we started from the days in which people were physically to understand it, going on boat, just like so many African countries, might still have to do, because of low funding, that they have. And then they're moving from that to area observation. In the two, there are so many limitations that are not actually helping the cause of maritime situational awareness. And then from that, we progressed into optical, into space-based observation. And then starting with optical satellites, most African countries still operate at that level. And then and then that comes, with a lot of, a lot of challenges too, even though it gives a continuous monitoring, capability beyond the first two, the in situ and the area observation. And then from that, we move to synthetic aperture radar, to where you can, overcome the challenges of optical sensors. Optical sensors can only give you information about activities on that domain or within that domain during the day. But then you are having capabilities now that can work all night, that can work all day and in all weather.
And then again, moving from that again, to automatic identification system, to RF geolocation, that is radio frequency geolocation, and VIRS. And then again, so there are so many issues that are there, even though capabilities are being developed every day, to meet with the dynamic nature of that domain, but challenges persist. And the challenges that persist, are counted in terms of the amount of data, that are received, downloaded, the size of a satellite image, very heavy. And then the latency that is also involved in downloading them, to the ground receiving station, working on them and then sending the resource back. Even the downlink, aspect of it can be a very huge challenge. And then we have AI's manipulation, even despite AIs, in spite of AIs that is there, it can be manipulated, it can be switched off, by rogue vessel operators. And then even for the sophisticated actors can even disable transponders, and then they can spoof their GPS position so that they might not be discovered. And then we're having long revisit time too, between satellite passes, that can make it very long before, detection is made and then actions can be taken. And so, and then we're having a subsurface, domain that remains largely, unmonitored, because even the microwave sensors that we have penetrates only to a very, few centimeters. And so there's a need also to have on the surface, unmanned vehicles. So please, next slide. And then so we have optimization of space-based observation. Optimization then becomes very necessary. And then when we talk about optimization, what do we mean? So we refer to a systematic enhancement of satellite capability. And when you are thinking about that, you are not thinking about just one. You are looking at sensors capability. How do you enhance sensors capability? How do you enhance orbiter, observation? How do you enhance data processing architecture? And then you are looking at integration with complementary modalities, complementary integrated efforts, integrated, systems, so that you can maximize the timeliness, the accuracy, and the actionability of maritime intelligence products. And in doing that, what is currently being used is artificial intelligence and machine learning, detection system, which gives results, and then, gives results that are higher than 95%, in accuracy, and then we have edge computing too. People have graduated beyond, that into edge computing, doing it over there, by onboard systems, satellite systems, and then just bringing down in that form that you need it. And so latency is reduced, the need for too many bulk data to be transferred, is also reduced. Then you look at multi-domain fusion, so that a lot of domain, bring in data, and then they are integrated to bring out better results. So benefits of optimization of satellite, optimization of satellite technology for MSA. We have faster detection, we have dark vessel capability, so they can recognize dark vessels. They give persistent coverage, and then AI enhanced analytics gives accuracy that is over 95%. This enables, IUU fishing interdiction and trafficking prevention. Next slide. So I come to the effort at the Atlantic International Research Center, which is on internal wave service. So what is internal wave service? It's a subsurface waves propagating along density interfaces within the ocean, that is between layers of different temperature or salinity. So they give different densities, and then the satellite can't penetrate to observe, but then they are observed using detectable patterns on the ocean surface. And then so in this we are using Sentinel-1, which is a synthetic aperture radar imagery, and then Sentinel-2, and then reason is that from June 2024, a global data set was gathered. And between 2020 and 2025, we gathered even for Africa. And then why do we need to do internal waves, for MSA? Because it influences ship navigation, causing vessel instability. It impacts on submarine operations, and then it can even affect offshore infrastructure, pipeline, hurries, communication cables, etc. And then if you look that's on the left, that is internal waves, observation detection of internal waves, within the shorelines of West Africa, and then of course into the sea. Please, I won't be able to do so much, explanation on this because of the time constraint. So if there's, need for questions, I'll be glad to handle them at that point. So to the next one. So if you see this is the current internal wave service map, which shows known places that were attributed to occurrence, of internal waste. But then recently, like I said, we began to have them even within the shores of, West Africa, and then along that the African coast too. So this is becoming, problematic. And so next slide. Then, so why are we doing sensor optimization for ocean internal wave detection? Because we have a lot of negative detections. We have a lot of inconclusive detections. So, and then Sentinel-1 band is susceptible to high wind. And so for us to be able to have something that is reliable, and then to be able to use for policy and then for regulations, we need to optimize so that we can have something that is reliable. And then so we are developing a model. We are training the model with the collected data, and then the model is going to help us to classify them into negatives or positives. And then this has been able to produce results with over 95% accuracy. And then again, so please next slide, we have the sea state application development. So we are looking at the condition of the sea state along the 8 littoral states of Nigeria. And we are looking at the significant height, we are looking at wave period, sea water velocity, temperature, salinity, and sea surface. This is very useful, for vessels that ply, on our coastal waters. Please, I wouldn't also be able to go too much into that. So in conclusion, we have so our strategic outlook and vision is that we move from data to actionable intelligence. And then in this, we need to know that satellite optimization transforms maritime surveillance from reactive to proactive function using automated intelligence. Then emphasis must be on systems integration, not sensor improvement alone. The global maritime commons are shared. The waters that we have, they're talking about, they are shared resources. So their security must also be a shared responsibility. So we need to, so this will be done by developing committed collaboration across navies, which is being done. I had the Chief of Naval Staff mentioning that yesterday. So across navies, government, research institutions, and the commercial satellite industry. And then we need to sustain government, industry, and academic collaboration, because that will be essential for interoperability and then interoperability standards and professional education. So the last slide, please. So that is, I give credit to Google Gemini, where we took all the conceptual illustrations from. And I really want to thank you. Last slide. So thank you for your attention. Your engagement in advancing satellite technology for maritime situational awareness is vital to securing our oceans and global commerce. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Balogun, for the very thought-provoking lecture on artificial satellite technology. Like I always say, these technologies, they will keep on evolving. They are dynamic, keep on evolving. And the fact that we cannot turn back the hand of the clock means that we must, at all cost, keep pace with that technology. Thank you very much. And we give him another round of applause. Now, the third lecture today, or discussion today, is artificial intelligence and integration of big data in maritime surveillance. I think this is one area that looks like it's very, very modern. So I think we have to listen very carefully to Admiral Patrick on this particular lecture. Admiral, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Chiefs of Naval Staff, Admirals and Flag Officers of sovereign maritime states, Commanders, maritime security practitioners, international partners, and esteemed guests from across this continent and beyond. It is a profound honor to stand before this distinguished assembly at the 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium. I was at the 5th Sea Power for Africa Symposium in uniform, so thank you for having me back. Before I speak of technology, I must speak first of the host, as it speaks to innovation and advancement. 70 years, 7 decades of sacrifice, service, and sovereign resolve. The Nigerian Navy, established in 1956 and forged through the crucible of national trials, has grown from a modest coastal patrol force into what the Global Firepower Index recognized in February of 2026 as the strongest naval fleet on the African continent. That is not a footnote, that is a testimony to institutional discipline, to generational commitment, and to strategic vision, sustained across 10 presidential administrations, through civil war, through economic headwinds, and through the full spectrum of maritime threat evolution. The Nigerian Navy's contribution to Gulf of Guinea security has been nothing short of transformational. 4 years ago, Nigeria exited the International Maritime Bureau's list of piracy-prone countries, a milestone that reordered the global maritime risk calculus for the entire sub-region. Through Cutlass Express, through the Yaoundé architecture, through bilateral, multilateral naval engagements, the Nigerian Navy has been the organizing spine of regional maritime security in West and Central Africa. The Gulf of Guinea, the economic lifeline to 16 Western African countries, is measurably safer because of the Nigerian Navy's commitment. And now in this milestone year, Nigeria is not resting on that legacy. It's accelerating it. This week at this anniversary celebration, the Gulf of Guinea Combined Maritime Task Force was launched. This is a landmark moment for our collective maritime sovereignty. Conceived by Nigerian President Bolo Tinubu at the African Union Assembly in Addis Ababa in February of 2025, and operationalized with firm commitments from Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, the CMTF represents the most significant multinational maritime security development this region has seen in a generation. It is a ready-to-deploy rapid force capable of coordinated operations against piracy, armed robbery, trafficking, IUU fishing, and maritime terrorism across the Gulf of Guinea. And Nigeria will host its headquarters in Lagos. To the Nigerian Navy and to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on behalf of the maritime states gathered in this hall, we say thank you. Now, let us build upon that foundation. We gather at an extraordinary inflection point. The seas that wash against the coastlines of our maritime states, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the waters of the African Great Lakes, are simultaneously this continent's greatest economic asset and its most complex security frontier. The blue economy generated nearly $300 billion and supported 49 million jobs in 2018 alone, with West Africa's coastal zone generating 50% of GDP. These same waters are stalked by piracy, illegal fishing, costing the continent an estimated $11.2 billion annually. Narcotics trafficking, human smuggling, and the specter of maritime terrorism. The central question before us is not whether artificial intelligence or big data will transform maritime surveillance on this continent. They already are. The question is whether your sovereign states will lead that transformation or merely receive it. Let us be clear. What your navies and coast guards are contending with today. Across 39 coastal states responsible for more than 13 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zones, over 100 ports, traditional surveillance methods have produced what analysts candidly call sea blindness, a fundamental ability to see, track, and govern what is happening in our own sovereign waters. But there is a second crisis compounding it, one that deserves its own name: wealth blindness. The maritime domain of your sovereign coastal states is not a security burden. It is a treasury. Africa's blue economy generated $296 billion in value in 2022, with projections of $576 billion by 2063. Fisheries alone contribute $21 billion in gross value added annually. Coastal zones in West Africa generate 56% of regional GDP. This is extraordinary wealth, sitting directly beneath the waves that lap against your coastlines. And yet, the states that are sovereign over this wealth largely cannot see it cannot quantify it, and cannot protect it. That is wealth blindness. You're among the richest maritime states on earth by ocean endowment and are operating blind to the full scale of what can be possessed and what is being lost. Seeing blindness and wealth blindness are inseparable and mutually reinforcing. What you cannot see, you cannot protect. What you cannot protect, you cannot leverage for the prosperity of your people. And the consequences of this compounded blindness are devastating in measurable terms. 11.2 billion US dollars lost annually to illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing across the continent, with $9.4 billion of that concentrated in West Africa alone. 40% of the world's illegal trawlers operate in West Africa's waters. China's bottom trawl fleet alone extracts an estimated 2.35 million tons of fish annually from around this continent, valued at more than $5 billion. Fish catches in Ghana collapsed 59% between 93 and 2019. In Cote d'Ivoire, overall catch plummeted over the same period. These are not abstractions. These are the stolen livelihoods of 7 million people in West Africa who depend on fishing for food and income. This is the cost of blindness, and the adversaries exploiting that blindness are not waiting. So let me say this plainly. The world we are in is already in an information war at sea. Our adversaries are already using asymmetrical tools in that war, and they are winning engagement after engagement while our maritime operations centers are still looking at incomplete pictures. The emergence of dark vessel operations marks a fundamental shift in the threat environment. These are ships that deliberately deactivate their AIS transponders, broadcast false position data, conduct covert ship-to-ship transfers in our waters, and disappear from every conventional surveillance systems we have. The Dark Fleet is not an abstraction in distant waters. 98 vessels were reflagged to our maritime countries, exploiting regulatory gaps across Africa. The Lome anchorage off West Africa's coast recorded over 1,650 high-risk ship-to-ship transfer operations in 2025 alone, 420 of them in a single quarter. These transfers involved sanctioned cargo, illicit oil, and contraband, conducted in sovereign waters in plain sight of the ocean, completely invisible to the tracking systems. These are hidden fleets, and they are already attacking you. They are not attacking with missiles, they are attacking with information concealment. And the weapon is sea blindness. Conventional AIS-dependent maritime domain awareness cannot counter this threat. GPS jamming incidents affected more than 24,000 vessels globally in 3/4 of 2025. Our adversaries, whether state-sponsored dark fleet operators, IUU fishing syndicates, or others, understand surveillance architecture better than we do. They are engineering around it deliberately. This is why the discipline our navies must now adopt is not merely technological, it is doctrinal. We must evolve from a reactive model in which we respond to incidents after we discover it, to a predictive model in which AI-driven behavior analytics identifies vessels likely to engage in illicit activity before they complete it. This is not a futuristic aspiration. Africa is not starting from zero. The strategic architecture exists. It is a foundation worthy of investment. The Yamdi architecture, born from the 2013 summit, layered information sharing framework connecting national maritime operations centers to regional coordination bodies, is precisely the organizational infrastructure required to host AI-enabled surveillance systems. The YARA system and the Djibouti Code of Conduct for the Indian Ocean Rim provide analogous frameworks for Eastern and Southern Africa. AIMS 250 provides continental policy anchoring, though it must be updated to explicitly incorporate AI-driven surveillance and autonomous vessel technology, a call that security analysts from the Institute for Security Studies have made urgent in 2025. What these architectures currently lack is the AI integration, the analytics engines, the data pipelines, and the trained human operators that transform raw information from sensors and patrol reports into actionable and predictive intelligence. So given these realities, there are 5 priorities that offer a practical roadmap for African maritime nations at varying stages of capability development. Priority 1 is invest in maritime literacy at the command level. AI systems are only as effective as the commanders who employ them. Priority 2, mandate national maritime operations centers as AI integration nodes. Every signatory of the Yandi Code of Conduct is expected to maintain a maritime operations centers. These MOCs must evolve from information collection points into AI-enabled analytic hubs. Priority 3, pursue data sovereignty and pooling simultaneously. African nations must resist the temptation to accept gift surveillance from systems from external powers, whether it's China, Russia, or others, that embed data dependencies and reduce sovereign analytic capability. Priority 4, economically significant application of maritime AI is combating IUU fishing. Priority 5, develop a continental AI governance framework before it is too late. This is the most urgent and most neglected priority. Today, 0 African nations have a unified legal framework to regulate autonomous maritime systems. Distinguished colleagues, we stand at a moment of choice. The AI transformation of maritime surveillance is not coming, it is here. The global maritime AI market is growing at 38 to 40% annually. The tools that can give African navies eyes across the vast ocean spaces are accessible today. Many at low and no cost. The sea does not wait. The dark vessels are already out there. The IUU fleets are already stripping Africa's fisheries. The trafficking networks are already exploiting the gaps in our maritime picture. There is the architecture, there are the partnerships, there is the imperative. The only remaining question is there the will? I'm confident the navies assembled in this room do, and I look forward to the day not far off when African Maritime AI Initiative stands as the model for the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Admiral. I think this lecture is one of the most expectant for me, I believe for many of us, because when you listen to artificial intelligence, data, and all this, you know that these are the modern things we need to transform our maritime operations and to become much, not only cost effective, but improve on our accuracy as in our maritime operations. And the Admiral has just done a very good work in this respect. So please, can we give him another round of applause? The special guest of honor, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chairman, Senate Committee on the Navy, my chairman, Senator Otumba Benga Daniel, the former governor of Ogun State. Chairman, House Committee on the Navy, Right Honorable Yusuf Gagdi, all other distinguished guests and invited dignitaries that are here. I'm sure that we have something that we have learned from each of these discussions. And I believe that they have agitated our minds, and many of us are eager to ask questions and to clear doubts. But one thing I personally has picked from these discussions is the fact that there is no going back. No going back in terms of the use of technology in maritime security operations. And if there's no going back in that respect, then if we have to follow, we have to follow very well. Follow in the sense that not only as followers, but as participants in these fields. Having said that, I will leave the floor open for you to ask questions. starting from my left-hand side. So please, if you have questions, particularly the heads of navies and the icons of the Navy and our distinguished dignitaries, please indicate. I've already seen my chairman has raised up his hand. Sir, you have the floor, sir.
Let me also quickly acknowledge and appreciate the discussants, our amiable former chief of staff. The question is very simple on UAVs. And as we're aware, this is the new instruments of modern warfare. Sometimes these UAV fly very low. And my simple question is how do you prevent the UAVs being compromised, being attacked, being brought down? That's my simple question.
Thank you for that question, sir. I think we'll take all the questions, then we'll address all of them thereafter. But please, AVM Obadike, note that this question is for you. Thank you. Next question, please. Okay, I've seen you. Please, the floor is yours. No, give him the mic. Give him the mic.
Good morning, and thank you very much for an insightful panel. My question goes to Air Vice Marshal Obadike. You mentioned collaboration, and especially with UAV technologies moving forward. How do you see that collaboration, firstly, within Nigeria with the different arms of services having different requirements? And how do you set a single UAV platform that can meet all those requirements? And then expanding that, secondly, to a region, be it West Africa, the whole African continent. And then a little tag on at the end with regards to surveillance as a service, where some companies do provide that. What is the feeling about having foreign nationals operating a UAV on a national asset, be it a Nigerian Navy vessel? So that's my two questions to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this question is still for AVM Obadike, but if there's any member of the team that wants to elaborate on the answers, you are free to do that. Please, next question, please. Yeah, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, head of delegation, France, a very interesting brief on the internal waves. So my question is on the internal waves. When do you envisage some application, operational application of what you are experiencing in terms of internal waves? How do you intend to deliver some tactical decision aids or whatever you might imagine to help people take care or avoid internal waves? Thank you.
Thank you. This question, I think it goes to you, Dr. Balogun. It's about internal waves. So, any other question, please? Yes. Our chairman also, Right Honorable Gagdi. Please give him the mic. I think you should have the mics at strategic places so that it will be easy for you to, yeah.
Thank you, the moderator. I stand on already established protocol. My name is Yusuf Gaddi, Chairman, House Committee on Navy. My own is regarding to the issue of Nigeria's commitment to, computing with other international communities regarding to maritime technology or advancing our technologies. In a situation whereby you acquire a platform, and some of these countries, you get those platforms from them, suffocate you from, giving you the recent and modern technologies in terms of navigation equipments in a particular platform. How do you intend to address this? Because I've seen situation in conducting oversight functions where you see some of those platforms, when you acquire them, they don't give you the foreign navigation equipment technologies as well as information that you will be able to compute some of those maritime related activities. What instigates me to ask this question is having heard from someone that asked about allowing maybe international persons to operate a platform. How do you equally address the issue of international developed countries giving you platform without giving you the technology that will address the maritime security issues? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this one is a general question, and when it's time to respond, I also have something to say about this. But among the discussants, if you have suggestions on how to address the issues he has raised, you are also free to talk about that. Please, any other question? Okay, yeah. Which hand am I seeing there? Allied participant? Okay, give him, yes. Please listen to our international partners so that we can pick something from their discussions before I will give the floor to some of our own officers to also make their contribution. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Timothy Walker. I'm from the ISS in South Africa. I think this is a general question, but perhaps to Dr. Balogun in particular, because it was prompted by his presentation. Could you describe some of the ways in which this is an opportunity for African navies to leapfrog? I think we'd all like to know a little bit more about those opportunities. And the second one, it sounds like we're getting closer to real-time observation. Is that true? Are we looking in the near future at the potential for national maritime operating centers to possess as near to real-time decision-making abilities as possible? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. It's a general question also, and I think either the CNS or the Chief of Operations may have something to say about that. Any other question, please?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Hamilton Souza, head of Navy, São Tomé, Coast Guard. So, according to the satellite systems, so talking about one country that can have this system and don't have routes to go there, how far we can go with a image from satellite system? If we don't have a boat to go there, we have to rely on the images to start some process. So my question is, how far we can go with those images? Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question. I think even Mubadike will also expatiate on that. And the Chief of Operations, Nigerian Navy, can equally talk about that. It's time to answer the questions. We just have maybe 2 more questions to go. But after that, we'll still give priority to few of our very distinguished heads of navies who may still want to ask questions. But apart from that, just 2 more questions, please.
I'm Rear Admiral Lassa, retired. My question is to Dr. Bolarinwa. Because of the cost of launching some of these satellites, have you looked at the possibility of countries working together to launch CubeSats? They are low cost, low Earth orbit satellites that we can be able to launch into constellation and be able to gather information to share. I don't know if that has crossed your mind that can be done, because there are a lot of universities that actually carry out research on that, and we can integrate as countries to bring such into fruition. It will help us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Balogun, that question is for you. Any other question? Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Admiral Yala.
Rear Admiral D. Yala, retired. I think my question is, maybe it will concern more than one operators. Given the multiplicity of platforms, first within the UAVs, different kind of UAVs from different countries, then you are talking about satellite imagery, and there are all existing domain awareness systems. Have we thought of, because there is definitely the need to develop a common operational picture. Have we thought of protocols, processes, platforms that we need to allow these systems to talk to each other so that we can share this information both locally and across domains? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the Chief of Operations, Nigerian Navy, will still have to say something about this. But I know that we have some well laid out protocols on information sharing. We also have doctrines that are developed in that respect. Please, next question, please. Okay, I think we are coming very close to, okay, yeah. Please go ahead.
Rear Admiral H. Ibrahim is my name. This question is to Admiral Hardy that spoke about the issue of artificial intelligence. Sir, I would have loved to hear in more specific terms, what do you think is the starting point for us to embrace the use of artificial intelligence, particularly with Nigerian Navy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Admiral Hayden will answer that question when it's time. I think we have already started, I think, but we don't really have to have any starting point, but we'll keep on moving from where we are. Any other question? Yes. Admiral Dubanjo.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Rear Admiral KG Odubanjo MNI, the Director General, Defense Research and Development Bureau. I want to make comments on the UAS. I look at the challenge. We look as if maybe we don't have solutions in Nigeria, but actually we have the solutions. And AVM Ubadike here is one of the solutions we have, which we must tap into. We work together in DSA, and now in DRDB, I've seen a lot about UAS. Nigeria has capacity. What we need is development of these capacities. Soldiers, corporates in DRDB, UAVs, as well as Air Force personnel, they've gone far with this thing. But the problem is all that they have done, do we key into it? Instead, we look towards to import some of these equipment. We can build on what we have here. By the time we allow these people to do their job, and there will be transfer of technology. I've heard coming around to come and tell me what they have for the Nigeria Armed Forces. But the question I keep asking is, do you just supply or sell to us, or you transfer the knowledge? That the first thing I want is my men. I have researchers, those civilians, and military personnel. If you can train them to an extent, from there, Nigerian government can support and let us move forward instead of depending on the foreign bodies to supply this equipment. So that area of challenges of limited number of trained personnel is what we have the solution to here in Nigeria. Then, area of public partnership. Of companies here into producing some of these equipments we have at the time operations. All we need is they are into business. Ours is to tap into what they can do. I discussed with some of them. The areas we are looking to is government support to be able to go into this and produce something for the armed forces. I believe if the government will is there, we'll move forward more than depending on the foreign bodies. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I think you have brought another dimension to the discussion. And that's from the perspective of DRDB, the research institution, Nigerian Armed Forces. Because we have very short time to go, basically 22 minutes to go, we are going to allow each of the discussants to respond to questions that affects them in the same order which we did the presentations. After that, and each of the discussants has 5 minutes to respond to all the questions that were directed to them. That gives us 15 minutes. After that, we have 5 minutes for the Chief of Operations to respond to those institutional questions that has to do with clarifying what the Nigerian Navy is doing in that respect. Then after that, I will also make a few comments on some of the questions that I have some insight about. So I will start with AVM Badike. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I have quite a number of questions directed at my presentation. So
I will try within the next 5 minutes to answer them. The first one was talking about how to prevent UAVs being compromised. So it's a very big challenge. UAVs are being compromised. That possibility is there. However, technology also evolves. There are systems that you can have on board that are anti-spoofing systems that will not allow those UAVs to be compromised. There are also a communication system that uses frequency hopping. So when he sees that somebody is trying to compromise on one frequency, he hops another frequency. So there are technologies to overcome that, but these attempts keep on improving every day. In Ukraine-Russia war, technologies don't survive more than a month. There's a new technology to counter that. So it keeps on evolving, sir. The second question was on the issue of surveillance as a service, if it will allow foreign nations to operate on a naval vessel. When I talk about surveillance as a service, I'm actually not really talking about foreign countries, because like my boss said, we have indigenous companies that have developed these drones. What I'm saying is, can we give those indigenous companies opportunity to operate surveillance assets for us? We have companies like Bridge Systems, TerraHaptics, and co. Let's coordinate with them. Let's work with them. However, if need be that we need foreign companies to work with us, I don't see anything very wrong with that, but we should know what we want from them and the limit where we want them to see. But that means that we have to develop ourselves first and know how to deal with that. The collaboration, inter-service collaboration, the armed forces have been collaborating in the area of UAVs. In fact, some time ago, there was a meeting to yield initial development of UAV to the Nigerian Air Force because they've really gone far. So they are also communicating with other services in this area. There was a question on the possibility of suffocating you by not giving you what you want. How do we address it? So there's no substitute to self-sufficiency. No matter how long we keep on buying, we have to develop ourselves. Recently, there are a lot of restrictions being placed on sales of these technologies. You have your money, you cannot buy. So it's high time the armed forces of Nigeria, especially the Nigerian Navy, start looking inwards to develop capacity. There was a question on, I should explain more on opportunities for African navies to leapfrog. Unmanned aerial vehicles, as of today, not what they used to be, multi-million-dollar equipment. You can build an unmanned aerial vehicle in your kitchen. In fact, in Ukraine, thousands of UAVs are being built by hobbyists for the war. So let's start small. Develop the 10-kilogram drones to 20, 50 kilogram before we start talking of the 1,000-kilogram drone. Then there was an issue on the multiplicity of platform. I think the problem here is for us to have a single architecture, a standard architecture that every drone should fall into. So no matter where it is coming, provided using the same protocol, interoperability will be easy for the armed forces of Nigeria. But also, there's also an advantage of having these systems to come from different countries so that nobody will hold you to ransom. That's what the Chinese call divide and conquer. So you buy different things from different places, but you should set a standard that all of them should work with so that you don't have that problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Balogun, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me start from the launch of CubeSat. Well, I would want to respond with all humility that the level of CubeSat, now is at the level of students, practicals. Some countries still use CubeSat, but I think for satellite missions that are of international importance, CubeSat is not the level in which we might be calling for transnational collaboration. Nigeria, for example, developed one which was called EduSat. EduSat was for the Nigerian military. EduSat, that was well, the FUTA, Federal University of Technology Akure, that is called FUTA, assisted or funded by NASDA, developed that. And it was just for demonstration. That is what we do normally, for ourselves, for students, just to learn, how to, develop, a satellite system. But for national collaboration, that scale is too small, it's too low. Because for national collaboration, you are talking about, space missions, space, that meets transnational objectives, national objectives. So that is just the simple response I want to make to that. Yeah, people can do that, maybe at the level of, what's it called now? Capacity development, transfer of skills, and knowledge in the heart of building satellites. But CubeSat's level is not, because of, again, you look at the life cycle, you look at the end of life. How long does it take, for it to work and then be decommissioned? We are in these days talking about concerns for space debris, so just putting junks there, and like that. I think for transnational or international, collaborations in satellite development, you want to think of something that can endure a period of time and that can give, something that is, more reliable and dependable. They too can do that. But I'm trying to say that the scale, their scale of production and of their operation, it isn't something that we attract so much of, transnational, interest in collaborating, for that. We want big satellites that can do dimensional things. So I think at that level, yeah. So, but like I said, if it is just to transfer knowledge, capacity development, and things like that, then of course, to let students or to let trainees see how this thing is done, and then how it captures data and then transfers that to a ground station, and then the data is processed. Yes, that is fine, so you can do that. But for national issues, and then for issues of maritime, I think we'll go beyond that. Local scales, maybe, but then at international scale, I don't think it's not very, attractive, yeah, okay. Okay, so because of time, internal wave service. Internal wave service is a service that is going to be very useful. Quite a lot of mishap, takes place in our water bodies within our maritime domain that people still don't have, in-depth understanding about, and then information, on them. So internal wave service has been reckoned or considered as one of them because it's an area of research interest. It isn't something that has been there and that is as old as, most of the science that we have. So people are just going into that because of some observations too. So it is housed. We are working on that currently, and then we're working with our international office that is based in Lisbon, Portugal. And then, of course, with the health center that is in Nigeria and then the Nigerian Space Agency. So when it is out, it's going to be application that can be domiciled in countries, the participating countries, because we have participating countries. We're talking about countries within the Atlantic basins anyway. So when it is out, people can have information. Of course, information about the state of the sea that is going to, serve as counsel or advice to national navies and then to other maritime operators as to the state of the sea, the things that are happening. Just like I said, it happens below, some thousands of, meters down the sea. But then again, you can detect them on the surface by their signature. And then, so for vehicles that move under the sea, for communication, what's it called, assets, cables and everything, that goes under the sea. Then for platforms, that are, under the sea, effects of internal waves. You're talking about waves of about, 100, meters amplitude. So if it comes like that, then it can, impact such assets, and then it can lead into economic loss, for the country that is concerned. So yeah, so it's going to come, and we're working on that. What we are doing presently is the data has been collected, and then we build in a model, and then we're working across, collaborators and then partners, in this regard. So we're building a model that all those things will be fed into, and then they will be able to give us detections, separate between false and true detections. And so with the true detections, a map is going to be built. We've built one already. There's one that is existing, but of course it will be updated, as time goes on. And so that we can have something that can be relied on, and then that can form national framework and even international framework for, safety, and, maritime use. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Admiral Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Testing. Okay. On the question of when to engage in your AI implementation, I think it's always best to start with the outcome. And I would like to focus that on the wealth blindness aspect. There's a lot that is being lost by maritime countries in the sea due to lack of surveillance. So where I would start would be implementing AI in your MOC, your Maritime Operations Center. Your adversaries are already engaged in advanced AI technology to escape detection by the MOC. So you need to level the playing field. That's where I would start. I would want to get to a second step where these ships that pull into port, the commodities just don't stop there. They go into land transport routes. So being able to track into land is also a secondary concern because the reality is that what AI and big data will allow is will be a focus on the financial aspect of your countries in terms of regulating your waters. To be able to do a real-time transaction that finds an unregulated vessel is critical. Make that vessel come to you versus them getting away with whatever they're trying to do. So it really, where you start with AI depends on the outcome. That's how I would proceed. AI is rapidly developing over time. It's exponentially developing. So the key point I would just keep reiterating is your adversaries are using this technology. They are using it, and they are using it at scale, and they are using it at speed. You have got to consider your position and then determine what's the best course to combat that. And it is doable, and it is easily achievable. But the implementation has to begin, and it has to be a coordinated effort between countries.
Thank you very much. I will just give opportunity for the Nigerian Navy to respond to some of the questions that appears to me to be institutional. And with the permission of the Chief of Naval Staff, I think I will request the Chief of Operations or the Chief of Naval Engineering to respond to the question regarding our real-time observation. I'm putting this question to you because you are in charge of our maritime domain awareness capability. And also another question that has to do with foreigners flying drones in Nigerian waters. You can elaborate on those areas. And the Chief of Naval Engineering can also talk about the issue of our dependence on foreign platforms. That's the questions raised by Right Honorable Gagdi, among any other questions, but you are limited to just 5 minutes each. The Chief of Operations, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Rear Admiral Patrick Effa, the Chief of Operations, Nigerian Navy. A lot has been said this morning with respect to the importance of drone, UAV, and IT. in a bid to enhance naval operations and maritime security. And some questions have been asked, and I will just go ahead to respond to those questions. The first question is, why is it that foreigners operate drones on board our vessel? There are just 2 vessels that we have this model on board currently, and that is the Deep Blue vessel, Deep Blue Abuja and Deep Blue Lagos. All other drones, all other UAVs are being operated by personnel of the Nigerian Navy from our various air bases. But then, I must respond to that question. And the reason why we have foreigners operating drones on board the Deep Blue vessel is because of the time taken to train drone operators operating on a moving platform. For those on the fixed platforms, they've concluded training. So our personnel that are being trained to operate this drone out at sea to extend the reach of the vessel whenever they go out for patrol. The training is still ongoing, and it's expected that it will be concluded very soon. Thereafter, they will hand over and they will depart. So it's not a permanent thing, it's just a temporary thing, and it's just for training purpose, and it will be concluded soonest. Then there was a question on the issue of Maritime Operation Center. The Nigerian Navy actually operates a Maritime Control Center in Abuja, and we have 3 regional control centers, which are the maritime operation centers that we operate under the West, the East, and the Central Naval Command, respectively. What do they do there? They monitor our maritime environment, look at our maritime picture, gather information, carry out analysis, and from there, we direct operations within the various commands. So currently in the country, we operate this model, and it's been working very, very well. There was a question on, though Air Vice Marshal Obadike spoke on it, that is the operation of various drones. While the challenge associated with the purchase of several drones from several vendors. He stated that it is desirable because it has its own advantage. But beyond the advantage also lies the disadvantage. You can't buy from, there are vendors that you acquire their platform, but you may not be authorized to integrate it with another platform. And because of that, we've had issues integrating some of our platforms because of restrictions by vendors. And over time, we found out that sometimes it is more expensive trying to integrate these systems because you may need to change the hardware, you may need to change the frames, and also change the software. And when you look at the cost of it, it makes it very, very undesirable. Lastly, the question on detecting, using satellites to detect a target or to make a detection and not having the ability to respond to it. It's a problem that I'll use the word is synonymous with some countries in Africa, but it is something that has been solved by the Nigerian Navy. We actually operate on 3 legs. That is what we call the trinity of action: surveillance, response capability, and law enforcement. And this has been 3 things that have guided our operations over time. So we've strengthened the idea of surveillance capability, the acquisition of the Falcon Eye and the RMAP, that's the Regional Maritime Awareness Capability. These 2 systems complement our action, and they give us an overall
picture of our operating environment. And in addition to that, we've acquired several platforms, as we're seeing yesterday during the International Fleet Week. These platforms are used to respond to situations at sea. So we've been able to solve this problem. And I'll just give two examples before I step down. In 2015, we had a case where a vessel was boarded off the coast of Ivory Coast. And information was passed to us, and with the Maritime Domain Awareness Infrastructure, that is MT Maximals, we're able to track the vessel, and at the same time, we're able to respond by sending a vessel out there to interdict and also board the vessel. Again, in 2021, MT Halifang 2, a Chinese fishing vessel, again was boarded by pirates. The Nigerian Navy once again rose up to the occasion by detecting and also sending out a ship out there to interdict and also subdue the pirates. So we have covered that aspect of surveillance capability and also response capability. So in a nutshell, I will just leave with this question. Acquiring this technology is one thing. Being able to adapt it by other African countries is one of the problems that we have been facing. Because while we have made efforts to enhance our surveillance and response capability, we do not see a similar effort by other, should I use the word, neighboring countries. And it's been a problem because maritime security is borderless. Crime flows from one maritime environment to the other. So we just need
Please
to
round up. Round up.
Thank you, sir. So on this note, I'll say that we've been able to upgrade and enhance our maritime domain infrastructure as well as our response capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know if I allow you, we will not leave here till tomorrow. Okay, the Chief of Naval Engineering, is he here? The issue of platforms.
Yes, sir.
Admiral Damtong. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Rear Admiral Damtong, sir, Chief of Naval Engineering. Yeah, in response to the question of why dependence on foreign vessels, well, it might interest us to note that first indigenous vessel built by the Nigerian Navy, that is NNS Andoni, is soon going to be 15 years and is still operational. And they were the last two vessels, that is the third one, where they were the second to the last and the last vessels that participated in the fleet review. That is the last, that is the third one was NNS Oji. The second was NNS Caradua, and they are all operational. And currently, the Nigerian Navy is making efforts to build these SDB 4 and 5, which designate seaworld defense boats. You see, it gradually is a step. We're taking one step at the other. Initially, a lot of things on NNS Andoni were bought off the shelf. We did the construction. It was like reverse engineering of one of our platforms that were acquired from one of the small patrol vessels that we acquired. So gradually, efforts are being made to with local manufacturers to domesticate the internals, that is some of the equipment on board. Gradually, of course, the engines are ported and other things, but gradually we're making effort to build towards having the next stage of vessels, which will be mass patrol boats. So these are efforts that the Navy is making. In addition to the fact that most of the vessels that we also acquire will determine a lot of things and the specifications of what we want with them. So it's a process that has started, and I believe it's a process that will continue. Not only are we working towards platforms, but that's smaller vessels that we use. Because the Navy also operates in the backwaters, and we have over 400 different types of small gunboats that we use in the backwaters. And most of them are built locally. In fact, all of them are built locally and in our shipyards, Port Harcourt and other allied shipyards. So we have made strides. Currently, the shipyard in Port Harcourt is building a ferry for River State government. And these are some of the things that we are doing in the Navy. So we believe that in the next 4 or 5 years, there's much more that we'll do towards building vessels locally. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that response. I think from all indication, all the questions have been answered and answered clearly. I really don't have much to add because these are responses that are coming from professionals and also the operators in the fields as the Nigerian Navy. I am also sure that our allied colleagues who are here with us have benefited from the discussions so far. The 3 topics that were discussed today, very, very, very germane, and I think we are better informed. But just one thing that I would like to say is that it is work in progress. Like I said from the beginning, technological innovation, you cannot really say this is when it started. Because if you go back to the 20th century, you see that what we are talking about today even started at that time. You talk about satellite technology, you talk about UAVs, they date back to as far back as 100 years ago. And what we are doing is just continuing in the trend. And that's why we must develop robust framework to be able to participate in these emerging technologies. We must develop doctrinal frameworks to ensure that we utilize these technologies for our benefit while mitigating the the potential hazards of those technologies. Having said that, I want to use this opportunity once again to thank the Chief of Naval Staff for giving I and my co-panelists here the opportunity to discuss this very important subject. I also want to extend my felicitations to all the officers and ratings of the Nigerian Navy for your hard work and steadfastness in ensuring that you carry on with the objectives of the Nigerian Navy of ensuring maritime security and protecting our nation's environment. Above all, the fact that we have been able to continue in terms of ensuring collaboration with our neighboring countries, realizing the fact that the sea is a borderless in the real sense. And the word of Hugo the Great, he said that the sea is the common heritage of mankind. We do not have borders in the sea. The ocean currents, the fishes, they don't respect international boundaries. And that's why this collaboration is very key. And there is no way without collaboration. So I want to thank you again and thank the Nigerian Navy for this well organized symposium. Thank you.
The generous round of applause indicates how well our very esteemed research persons have handled the session. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you, and thank you once again. There's a slight change in our program. Ordinarily, would have excused them to return to their seats, but so we don't want to bother you so much, so you're not walking up and down. So right now, we'll just make talking presentations. You will remember a time like this when you joined the Nigerian Navy family during the 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium. The Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief Host, will help us perform the function of handing out souvenirs to our esteemed guest presenters and indeed our very distinguished and celebrated immediate past Chief of the Naval Staff, Nigeria Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala. It's on this note that I most respectfully and humbly invite on stage the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief Host, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas Admiralty Medal, to help us perform the function of handing over these souvenirs. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir. Please, photographers, you have to be very careful so we don't obscure the view of our distinguished guests. So please, the media relations officer, please manage this session for us. The first presentation is to the first presenter, Air Vice Marshal Professor O.C. Ubadike from the Nigerian Air Force spoke on unmanned aerial system technologies in maritime surveillance. Next is our second guest speaker, Dr. spoke on optimization of satellite technology for improved maritime situational awareness. Next guest speaker, Rear Admiral Patrick Aiden, retired of the United States, spoke on artificial intelligence and integration of big data in maritime surveillance. Last presentation is to our esteemed moderator. We all agree did a fantastic job of ensuring that that session was handled expertly. Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Egala, 24th Chief of the Naval Staff, immediate past Chief of the Naval Staff of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. The Chief also, thank you so much for helping us perform this function. So most respectfully take your seat as we move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you so very much. Please, can we welcome them off the stage? Fantastic work. I think we're indeed very privileged to have this very fine and amazing gentlemen who have done a very, very fine work. The task that have been placed before them this morning. Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you once again. A number of our sponsors are here, and they're lined up to speak to us. We'll be doing it some would just have videos, and some would have a couple of minutes to speak to some of the cutting-edge technologies that they have on offer in the exhibition, or just across from this hall. So the first exhibitor, or one of our sponsors that will be speaking this morning, is the National Hydrographic Agency. I think they have a video, so if it's ready, please, we can have it up on screen. Please, can we have the video? Okay.
Nigeria is a maritime nation of immense opportunity, with an estimated 853 kilometers of coastline and an exclusive economic zone extending over 200 nautical miles into the Gulf of Guinea. Nigeria possesses Africa's most strategic maritime domains, serving as a gateway to economic growth, national security, and regional prosperity. Yet, in these waters, there are even greater opportunity to unlock the vast potential of Nigeria's blue economy. However, This future depends on one critical resource: knowledge of the sea, knowledge of our seabed, knowledge of our maritime environment. This is the role of hydrography. Hydrography supports marine safety. It strengthens naval operations. It facilitates trade and investment, and it provides the foundation upon which a blue economy is built. Without accurate hydrographic data, nations operate blindly at sea. Today, hydrographic data deficiencies are estimated to cost Nigeria between $7 and $5.4 billion annually through inefficiencies, missed opportunities, and unrealized potential. Recognizing the strategic importance of hydrography, the federal government established the National Hydrographic Agency, which serves as Nigeria's statutory authority for hydrographic surveying, nautical charting, and geospatial data management. In support of the New Hope agenda, the agency is providing the critical geospatial intelligence required to strengthen maritime security, improve port competitiveness, attract investment, and sustainable economy growth. As the federal government's designated authority for hydrography, oceanography, ocean meteorological activities, the National Hydrographic Agency serves as a custodian of Nigeria's marine geospatial information. It is responsible for providing the authoritative data required for safe navigation and management of the nation's maritime domain. The agency's work is critical national interest in supporting maritime security operations, development, shore energy activities, coastal infrastructure projects, and the sustainable utilization of marine resources. As Nigeria intensifies the implementation of its blue economy agenda, the agency provides the hydrographic information intelligence upon which shipping, fisheries, shore investments, and marine resource exploration depend. The agency's activities also directly support the operations of the Nigerian Port Authority, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the National Waterways Authority, the maritime institutions, provision of reliable hydrographic, geospatial data, charting and navigation, because it possesses hydrographic, geophysical, and geotechnical survey capabilities. These capabilities are supporting strategic national infrastructure and investment projects, including the proposed Bakassi Deep Sea Port by the Cross River State Government, Nigeria East Regional Field Development, ENP, and Maritime Infrastructure, regional leadership, and global maritime governance. National Hydrographic Agency, Nigeria's maritime future.
That was the National Hydrographic Agency of Nigeria making contributions all across the country and helping us chart our waters. The hydrographer of the Federation, where Admiral Olumide Fadansi is indeed leading that agency to even greater heights. The next sponsorship is STM. I don't know if you're ready. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellencies, Chief of Naval Staff, Honorable Minister of the Defense, and members of the Nigerian government. My name is Kayhan Olgungul. I'm the Industrial Cooperation Manager of STM. As an ex-Navy officer from Turkey, I would like to thank you for giving and privilege to us today. Okay, I would like to talk about STM. STM is founded in 1991 with the decision of Industrial Executive Committee in Turkey. We are around 900 people. One of a third is dealing with the naval projects in Istanbul. Our shareholders are governmental bodies. One of them is Secretary of Defense Industries, which is our main body. And Havelsan is also a governmental body. For that reason, STM is half governmental company. Our campuses and offices are shown on the slides. We are stationed in Ankara. The headquarters is in Ankara. The naval projects is run from Istanbul, Technopark Istanbul, one of the biggest technoparks in Turkey. We are stationed in 6 different shipyards, in Gölcük Naval Shipyard, Pakistan Karachi Shipyard, Naval Shipyard, and in Malaysia. Our competencies are design and engineering in surface platforms and submarine platforms. We had achieved numerous projects until now. The green ones are ongoing projects and the red ones are finished. So we are dealing with naval projects from fast patrol boats to aircraft carrier. We have a project right now, indigenous aircraft carrier, which is ongoing in Turkey, and the main contractor is STM. So we have a wide spread of competencies. This is the MILGAM family. MILGAM is the national ship program. You will see 18 ships here, frigates, corvettes, test ships. We have delivered 4 corvettes to Turkish Navy, and we are producing 3 corvettes for Malaysia and 2 corvettes for Ukraine. Next, please. Okay, this is the STM's indigenous combatants. We are the main contractor of first national corvette project in Turkey, first national frigate project in Turkey, and first national fast patrol boat project. And for the export, as I mentioned before, we are building 2 corvettes for Ukraine. One is delivered in 2025, and the next one is the sea trials has been started. For the littoral mission ship for Malaysia, 3 corvettes will be delivered at the end of 2027. First ship has been launched, and second ship will be launched in next week. Small video from Istanbul, live firing exercise. Please open. Okay, very quick. We are finished. We already delivered those ships to Turkey, Pakistan, and Portugal is ongoing. We have submarine capabilities. We are modernizing submarines in Turkey. We are modernizing submarines in we don't own a shipyard. We are building ships in different shipyards in all different countries. So far, we have finished 24 surface platforms and 20 submarine platforms. And this is the potential cooperation area. We can provide turnkey solutions from Nigeria and all other African countries and long-term logistics ships. We can also infrastructure modernization in your country. Thank you for listening to me. Any questions? I can.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Ibrahim of STM. Who is asking for questions? I think you have a stand.
Yes, we have a stand.
So they'll be on hand to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so very much, sir. It's been interesting listening to you and seeing all the very interesting solutions you have for the navies all around the world. Though this is not on the program, but it's only fair that I haven't dragged our supervising minister all the way from Abuja to come help us share this all important opening ceremony, that we don't allow him return back without having something to show that he joined us on a day like this. The Chief of the Naval Staff would help us to present a memento to our amiable special guest of honor for today's event, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, Dr. Bello Matawalle, member of the Order of the Niger. May I at this juncture most respectfully invite on stage the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief Host, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas Admiralty Medal, and then would then bring on stage most respectfully the special guest of honor in tow to receive this souvenir on behalf, to receive this souvenir from the Chief of the Naval Staff. Thank you very much. Okay, so most respectfully, give indulgence to remain on stage while I invite other very important persons to join you for the group photograph. But before we do that, we'll just have, sir, just you and the special guest of honor to have a group, a photograph, a personal one. So, photographers, if you're ready. Okay. Hold off. I now most respectfully invite all heads of navies here present and heads of military organizations that we've invited to join our special guest of honor and the chief host for a group photograph. Icons of the Navy, our distinguished icons of the Nigerian Navy are also requested to join the photograph. The Chairman House Committee, Senate Committee on the Navy, and the House Committee on the Navy are also to join this photograph. Thank you very much. Just due to our strength, we'll just move. Some people come on the floor, and then we have the next set on standing on stage. So that way we can capture everyone at once. Because if we stand behind, we would not see you. So I would be asking some of our heads of navies to come down, and then we'll just arrange it, and then we'll have the cover up. So sorry, sir. Thank you very much. So please, can you? Thank you for your understanding. The Chief of Naval Staff will join, and then we'll have the rest. So if you're standing, you can just remain, and then we'll just try arrange it as quickly as possible. And then we'll And I most respectfully request that heads of navies can take off their headgears so that we have one where everyone's headgear is off. Thank you so much. You can just thank you very much, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Very much, sirs. Please return to your seats. Thank you, and thank you once again, sirs. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So if you had watched when we needed to like make some adjustments for the group photograph, the Chief of the Naval Staff Nigeria jumped from stage onto the floor. I mean, there's no better way to tell you that we have it covered in the Gulf of Guinea, because the Chief of Naval Staff is still very fit. And I mean, it deserves a round of applause. We have now come to the end of the first strategy session. We'll now proceed for the tea break. The tea breaks are in two parts. Our very important personalities, our guests will move to the VIP room where they would have their tea break. During the tea break, there'll be deliberations as to the next host for the Sea Power for Africa Symposium. And of course, that decision would have to be made by heads of navies and Coast Guard here present. The remaining delegates will have their tea break in the exhibition hall just outside of this venue. We'll reconvene by in exactly 30 minutes. the second strategy session on capacity building in emerging technologies for improved maritime security. It's on this note that I most respectfully and humbly request the Chief of the Naval Staff, Nigeria, the chief host for this 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium, to lead the special guest of honor and other very distinguished invited guests, the very important personalities, to the VIP room for the tea break. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir.
Then she ran into a so bad. She hasn't been the same since Alfonso put her down. Good for you. Good for you. Unless you got what you've been begging for. Girl, you've been going around picking on other women's fellows. When you got me over, you have to set the beat on city. I don't mean no harm. I've done right, because I've been through it. Baby, I know, but it don't matter, you can bet sweet life. I'm telling you, just like I tell my daughter. Listen to me say the girl, you oughta quit your evil doing the way you say you did.
Are supporting strategic national infrastructure and investment projects, including the proposed Bakassi Deep Sea Port for the Cross River State Government, the Anyala East Marginal Field Development for First E&P, and maritime infrastructure within the Dangote Free Trade Zone. At the heart of every hydrographic achievement lies one critical requirement: data. Accurate hydrographic and marine geospatial data can only be acquired through sustained offshore survey operations. However, vast areas of Nigeria waters still remain insufficiently surveyed. To fully unlock Nigeria's blue economy potential, additional hydrographic vessels, modern survey technologies, and expanded seabed mapping capabilities remain essential. Globally, every $1 invested in seabed mapping generates approximately $86 in economic benefit. For Nigeria, investment in hydrography is therefore not simply an investment in charts and surveys. It is an investment in maritime security, an investment in trade and commerce, an investment in national prosperity, and an investment in Nigeria's maritime future. The National Hydrographic Agency remains committed to providing the knowledge, intelligence, and maritime data required to support national development, regional leadership, and global maritime relevance. National Hydrographic Agency, charting Nigeria's maritime future.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Tell me who made it possible? Who made it possible? Who made it possible? Only God made it possible. God made it possible. And I wish
and services is state-of-the-art facilities designed to support all your equipment operational needs. With strategically located branches in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, and other key locations like Warri and Kano, we offer comprehensive solutions. At the heart of our operations is our genuine parts supply system, where analysts and logistics teams ensure that customers receive the right parts quickly and efficiently. Beyond our facilities, a dedicated pool of product support sales representatives and after-sales consultants are on the road daily, providing proactive solutions at customer sites, reducing operational costs and improving productivity. Our workshop facility is a critical part of our service offering. Equipped with the latest tools and technology, our skilled Caterpillar specialized technicians handle everything from troubleshooting and routine maintenance to complex overhauls and rebuilds. Divided into the general workshop and component rebuild center, we specialize in restoring Caterpillar components, engines, transmissions, and hydraulic systems to original factory specifications. This reduces waste, lower cost, minimizes downtime, and lessens environmental impact. At our Service Technology Center, innovation drives performance. Here, advanced diagnostics and digital two-power real-time service plan. It's how we ensure smarter, faster, and more efficient equipment support. We also operate a CKD factory where we assemble high-quality generators ranging from 12 to 2000 kVA. With components sourced from the UK, we carefully assemble engines, alternators, and other essential parts to create customized generators that meet specific customer requirements. Each unit undergoes rigorous quality control and testing to ensure top-notch reliability and performance. For larger capacity generator sets, the CS
In the unforgiving marine environment, resilience is critical. IRM Offshore and Marine Engineers protects vital maritime infrastructure globally with engineered solutions. We specialize in providing comprehensive berthing and mooring solutions for ports and harbors. From marine fenders to essential dock accessories, we ensure safety at every touch point. Innovation thrives at our 450,000 square feet state-of-the-art facility located in Ahmedabad, India. We maintain total control, managing everything from R&D and design to manufacturing and dispatch. Our engineering excellence is strictly validated by the industry's most stringent international standards. 60-plus years of experience, 230-plus clients, delivering total berthing and mooring solutions to protect your structure.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I most respectfully request that we convene for the next strategy session. Please, our ushers can call all our delegates from the tea room, tea break, to please return to their seats so we can commence the next session on time. The anchor for the next session is Lieutenant Victoria Efyong. Sorry, her name is Veronica Efyong.
Yes.
Copy of your mama, copy of your papa. I'm not trying to scare you. I know this life can be a lot, and you get caught up in your thoughts like my father. But he told me, whatever hurt you come across, you better get up when you fall down. And through the ebbs and flows, life has a push and pull. But for a tree to grow, sometimes it just happens. To go, sometimes it just has to. Not for nothing, something. Everybody cries.
In the unforgiving marine environment, resilience is critical. IRM offshore and
Very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, may I request that we all take our seats as the second session is about to commence. This is the mic. Yes, sir. Very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, the Chief of the Naval Staff is in the hall. the Chief of the Naval Staff, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests. The first strategy session provided valuable insight and thought-provoking perspective on contemporary maritime challenges and opportunities. Building on those discussions, we shall now proceed to the second strategy session. The second strategy session is themed Capacity Building in Emerging Technologies for Improved Maritime Security. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session. He is a highly distinguished naval officer, a strategic thinker, and respected maritime leader. He is the 20th Chief of the Naval Staff of the Nigerian Navy, an accomplished navigation and direction specialist. He holds a master's degree in strategic studies from the University of Ibadan, among other qualifications, and has authored numerous publications on maritime security and strategic importance of the Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Vice Admiral DJ Ezioba, retired. Thank you. Joining in is our first presenter. His paper is titled Capacity Building in Emerging Technologies for Improved Maritime Security. Permit me to briefly introduce him. He is globally respected maritime professional whose contributions have significantly advanced hydrography and nautical cartology. A distinguished career spanning 4 decades. He served as chief hydrographer to the government of India and played a leading role in promoting hydrographic development and the blue economy across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Admiral Vinay Badwe, retired. Second presenter will deliver a paper titled Training Designs for Skill Acquisition in Emerging Technologies. He is an internationally recognized maritime security expert, an author and consultant with extensive experience. His work spans numerous regions of the world, with particular emphasis on practical solutions to contemporary maritime challenges. He is the president of Auxilium Worldwide, and he holds a Juris Doctor degree from the College of William and Mary, as well as a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the University of Cambridge. He also serves as a maritime expert for the United Nations and is widely regarded for his contributions to global maritime governance. Distinguished guest, please welcome Dr. Ian Rowby. Third presenter will deliver a paper titled Partnerships with Technology Providers, the Future of Capacity Building in Emerging Technologies. He is the Secretary General of the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa and a respected maritime administrator with extensive experience in maritime governance, policy formulation, and regional cooperation. He has played significant role in advancing maritime development initiatives across West and Central Africa and was recognized as Africa's most influential maritime personality in 2025. Esteemed guests, please welcome Dr. Paul Adaliku. Shall now respectfully hand over the segment of the proceeding to our esteemed moderator. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Chief of the Naval Staff, our chief hosts, heads of navies, distinguished icons of the Navy, officers and men of the Nigerian Navy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We're back for this session as clearly established by the Master of Ceremony. We have 3 resource persons that make up the panelists who will take on 3 different topics that will address the sub-theme of this afternoon's session. By and large, I'd like to, at this point, thank the Chief of the Naval Staff and the organizing committee of this all-important event for finding us worthy to be part and parcel of this intellectual discourse. We thank you and we appreciate your commitment to professional excellence and diligence and commitment to duty. Thank you very much. With that said, I'd like to quickly look at the sub-theme, which is the main focal point for us to espouse this afternoon. It says capacity building in emerging technology for improved maritime security. Everybody in this hall understands what maritime security is all about, because that is the essence of being a naval officer or a stakeholder in the maritime related environment. In a few words, I would like to speak to the team because it is important to establish the building blocks on which the various resource persons will further consolidate the understanding of the various topics that are germane to actualizing the theme of this all-important discourse. Now, the theme has 3 contending variables, dependent and independent. And by way of analytics, it is important to quickly interrogate these variables. And I would say that the essence of that is to establish a premise that presupposes the need for a strategic alignment between human capital development, innovative technologies, and enhanced capacity and productivity in the maritime sector. Consequently, strategic alignment must be anchored on partnership as a pivot. Partnership as a concept can be aptly described or defined as a mutually reinforcing and beneficial relationship between 2 or more entities based on collaboration and cooperation, defined by a well-structured legal framework that clearly expresses the strategic intent, purpose, and objective of that relationship. Oftentimes, the end state is measured, result-oriented, leading to tangible outcomes that ensure enhanced productivity, efficiency of a desired process. Definitively, the outcome of most partnerships are often determined by the complexities and peculiarities of the operating environment, character of the principal actors and stakeholders, policy instruments and institutions that drive the process. With these few remarks, I'd like to say that we would, moving forward, consolidate on the discourse by trying to give efficacy to the 3 topics that will be presented by the resource persons, leading with training designs for skills acquisition in emerging technology, to be delivered by Vice Admiral Dina Badwa, Indian Navy, retired but not tired. Then, of course, the second paper will be partnership with technology providers and institutions, to be taken by Dr. Ian Ralby. And then finally, third paper, future trends and emerging technology and capacity building, to be taken by Dr. Paul Adaliku. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with this said, I'd like to quickly, therefore, hand over the microphone to the first speaker, Vice Admiral Vani Badwa, Indian Navy, to please take us through his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Admiral Izioba and fellow panelists, personnel from the Nigerian Navy, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope I shall be able to do some justice and provide food for thought and some meaningful discussions to follow after my presentation. To start with, I was the founding member of the IHO's Capacity Building Subcommittee. This was way back in the late 1990s, and can safely credit myself with building up hydrographic setups in Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and a few African countries. We've had varying levels of success due to governance, funding, and other issues. Next. A word of initiatives so far which have been taking place in Africa. During the last SPA's declaration of intent signed by 15 African navies, I observed that cooperation, information sharing for marine domain awareness, accelerating implementation of Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, that is AIM 2050, and conducting joint maritime patrols, and finally starting conceptualization of a combined exclusive maritime zone of Africa, SESMA, were on the table. Then there is Goal 6 of the African Union's Development Agency, and African Union Commission has recommended increased political support, accountability, strengthening capability and capacity, along with coordination between member states, resource mobilization, and finally data management and knowledge capitalization. Then we have the Africa Blue Economy Strategy for 2019, published by the African Union Inter-Africa Bureau of Animal Resources, which encourages institutionalizing marine spatial planning. Then Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, AIMS, is a vision for harnessing the blue economy potential of African marine domain. The objectives cover spreading awareness at all levels, preventing crime, enhanced wealth creation, and capacity building. It also proposed establishment of the SESMA, which I talked earlier. Then we have the LOM Charter, which is an exceptional effort to fight common maritime threats on the continent in a coordinated manner. Next. I have listed some of the common topics which have been brought up earlier and are quite relevant in every discussion forum here in Africa. I have picked a few of these which need to be given priority in Africa. These are highlighted in black on the next slide. Next, please. Sorry, here. Yeah. These topics have generally remained constant in all discussions, that is, data management, intelligence sharing for security, cooperation in marine data centers, human resource development, and funding in the maritime domain. Next. So let us see what India has achieved over the last few decades. The government of India has been focusing on the maritime domain ever since the conventions and declarations like UNCLOS, MARPOL, Sustainable Development Goals, etc. came into force, and along with them came concerns over illegal fishing, piracy, and seaborne crime in the Indian Ocean region. First of all, we have the BOVEN, which is a geoportal platform created by the Indian Space Research Organization in 2009 with collaborative applications to share your data and create governance applications. Now, just to remind you that ISRO is basically a space rocket launching organization, and they've now got into these governance topics. If you look carefully, marine data is somewhat lacking in this portal as it gets heavily loaded with land information, which is still work in progress and not complete. To complement it in the maritime space, we now have the scientific institutions under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, as shown on the screen. Next. The Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services is running a portal providing services including ocean data, information and advisory services to society, industry, government and the scientific community. Then we have the Center for Marine Living Resources and Ecology with products such as SST maps, thermocline structure, mixed layer patterns, etc., etc. The list goes on. So far I have presented to you some of the scientific data centers which provide modern governance tools to the Government of India. I shall now cover the security aspects. Next. This task is being undertaken by the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard. The Indian Navy has established the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region, short form IFC-IOR, in 2018 as part of the National Maritime Domain Awareness Program. 27 partner countries have positioned international liaison officers in this center, with Kenya being the latest member in 2025. Although its name suggests coverage of Indian Ocean, its annual report of 2025 covers the Gulf of Guinea also. I would highly recommend all present here to read these reports, which are available on the net, as it covers all areas of security concerns, including smuggling, piracy, illegal activities, climate change, etc. It may hold the way forward for implementing the Loam Charter. Next. The Indian Coast Guard has been tasked to undertake humanitarian operations, search and rescue, maritime surveillance, and coastal security, including pollution control, etc., through their own data centers, thus taking some load off the Indian Navy. Next. Then we have the National Hydrographic Office. It is fulfilling the SOLAS obligations of safety on behalf of the Government of India by providing electronic navigation charts and allied products for safety of navigation. I have been personally involved in redefining the length of Indian coastline to 11,098.81 kilometers as against the earlier figure of 7,500 odd kilometers. This was possible using modern GIS tools. In addition, I was also involved in identifying 1,382 islands as per IHO definition using the same GIS tools and hydrographic data. This data is now available for use by the union and state governments for future marine spatial planning projects. Next. So how did we achieve all this? Firstly, government realization and acceptance was necessary for the creation of all these institutions, and of course, along with it came the necessary financial support. Today, when you look at these institutions, They have proved to be very relevant and are responding to modern day changing environments using state-of-the-art technology. What is important also to note is they attract international cooperation and joint projects which help in scientific human resource development within the country. In some cases, they've also been generating revenue for the government. We now need to talk about the most important topic of human resource. Next. At the very outset, I would like to highlight building up human resource awareness, education infrastructure for maritime applications does not provide immediate results on investments and may take decades to mature. So what is the way forward? A possible solution can be found from the Indian model. Let's segregate human resources into three categories as shown on the slide. First is policy makers. This is the government along with the head of institutions that are and can influence the maritime awareness in the country. They may not need any formal training, but can aid in shaping the future strategy for the maritime ecosystem. Then we have the managers. They comprise the professionals who are the links for translating government policies into actions. Their training as well as exposure to technology and modern work processes is essential and may require some financial investment while ensuring their job security. And finally, we have the ground level technicians who are computer literate. Their job is secure due to their computer literacy and can be molded into maritime applications under the guidance of the managers. Hands-on training for these technicians under supervision of the managers is the best way forward and can be achieved in a relatively shorter period. Coming to the maritime institutions for employment of the above personnel, I am sure there are existing establishments in all African countries which can be tasked to undertake additional maritime work as envisaged by their governments. Once the institutions are identified, various international funding agencies and cooperation mechanisms would be encouraged to support their work and, more importantly, avoid brain drain of trained manpower, which I think needs to be taken care of. Next. Africa's Blue Economy, a policy handbook published by the Economic Commission for Africa in March 2016, has given a combined coastline of over 26,000 nautical miles, EEZ of 13 million square kilometers, and a continental shelf of 6.5 million square kilometers for Africa. The building blocks for a prosperous maritime future has already been made. A lot of work has been done, but a lot remains to be done also. Unlike what we are used to building fences and other security infrastructure on land boundaries, at sea we cannot insulate ourselves from our neighbors, and the key to success is maritime cooperation with resource and technology sharing. With all these agencies that I pointed out in India, it would be safe to say that the government of India is watching every movement in our region, and the same can be done by Africa. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him another round of applause, please? For purposes of emphasis, I will try to quickly summarize the things he has told us in a few words. In his paper, he established fundamentals. He gave us the legal frameworks within the African continent that has allowed for collaboration and cooperation by maritime stakeholders. It is common knowledge that no one nation can go it alone. So the concept of global maritime partnership has been understood by institutions that govern the various African states, including the AU. He talked about the declaration of the SPAS 2024, the AU Development Agency Goal 6 that drives NEPAD, talked about Africa Blue Economy Strategy, the AIMS 2050, the Lomé Charter, and gave us a case study of the Indian experience, which for us is a point we can draw strength from. Prominent among the things he highlighted within the context of the Indian experience is the establishment of the Burvan geospatial platform created by the Indian Space Research Organization in 2009. And among other things was for them to collaborate the application of data, shared intelligence to be able to ensure a very well governed maritime space within the spheres of the Indian Ocean. Prominent among the things they do is search and rescue, humanitarian relief operations, pollution control, hydrographic functions, and SOLAS responsibilities. He went further to talk about human capital development as an essential tool to drive these protocols. And he highlighted 3 layers that will enable institutions and governments and agencies of government to develop the requisite capacity and capabilities to be able to ensure that all the other enablers are fused into a common loop to achieve desired goals and end state. And one of the things he emphasized was that policymakers must know when to promulgate policies that will be operationally possible and to achieve those goals. And that managers, who are the people that will be implementing these policies, must also understand how best to apply the tools. But most importantly, he talked about acquisition of technical skills. Said skills is important. And he talked about how we can develop those expertise by ensuring hands-on training within the realms of our training models. With these few pointers, he concluded by advising that we should be a lot more steadfast and imbibe the new thinking moving forward. With these few remarks, I want to say to him again, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. At this point, I will invite Dr. Ian Rabi to take us on the next paper, which discusses partnership with technology providers and institutions to enhance maritime security.
Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, with your permission, I will stand on the protocols issued before me and wish you all a very good afternoon. We try that one more time. Good afternoon. We are in between a tea break and lunch, and I am in between 2 extremely distinguished speakers, so it is my job to keep everyone awake and energized, and I will try to do that. But I want to start by saying how honored I am to be here with all of you. I was here at the Diamond Jubilee for the Nigerian Navy 10 years ago, and I wanted to start by reflecting a little bit on that, because a lot has changed in 10 years. We've had a pandemic, we've had all kinds of world events happen. And at the same time, we've seen an amazing development in the maritime space, both technologically and in terms of human capacity. And so I want to just emphasize that 10 years ago, I spoke about 2 topics at this event: wealth blindness and cooperation. And earlier today, we heard Admiral Patrick Hayden talk about wealth blindness and artificial intelligence. That was a pipe dream 10 years ago. That was a sci-fi topic of movies. It wasn't reality. Now, it is a very active part of our everyday reality. It sits in our pockets, and we have to learn how to use it and wield it for maximum effect. And today, I want to talk about cooperation, but cooperation in a new way. Cooperation with technology providers in this extremely rapid period of development. And just reflecting on this very room, I think back 10 years ago, and as I see myself moving on the screen behind me, I think of just how much technology that is basically available to all of us has changed so much that the world looks very, very different. 10 years ago, I was with the United States government, and I had the chance to meet many of you in my capacities with either the US or the UN. But today I'm here on behalf of my own organization, Auxilium Worldwide. It's a charitable nonprofit. And I want to just mention that the way we operate is actually very relevant to this topic, in that we form MOUs, partnerships, with governments and regional organizations and other foundations, and we build projects together. We work collaboratively. And that is very much the theme of what I want to discuss today. So if my slides are to come up, I want to start with two quotes. I want to start with a very famous quote that I love to reiterate, which is a quip by Mark Twain. When your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Many of us have heard this, but I want to just emphasize how important it is to not let the tool we have dictate our understanding of the problem we face. In other words, the tool should fit the problem, not the problem fitting the tool. That's a key theme to come back to. And the second quote is from another crazy-haired individual, Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. This is so important because so often we try to keep doing the same thing we've done in the past and fix the very problems that are giving us new challenges. And yet we don't take new approaches to solving them. And so we need to be not only thinking outside the box, but beyond the box altogether. And boxes will be a recurring theme as well. So with those initial considerations, I want to outline just 5 key points before my time runs out. The first is that procurement is not partnership. The goal of procurement on one side is to make money. The goal of procurement on the other side is to access a tool. A partnership is where there are mutual goals, where there is unity of effort, and where there is a degree of trust. Now, procurement can be the precursor to partnership, but it isn't inherently a partnership. And so if we want to work with the technology providers that we establish contractual relationships with, we can't stay at a transactional level. We have to actually engage with them in a multi-directional approach where we are honest in building the trust that is required for a true partnership. And that requires being honest both about our needs and what the technology can and cannot do, the limitations. And that is a key initial point. Partnership is not inherently a feature of procurement. The second is that solutions do not come in a box. This is not to criticize those who sell solutions. But the problem is that solutions are fundamentally about getting to the root of the problem. The root of the problem in the maritime space is always on land. We talk about the figures of the maritime domain. 70% of the earth is covered in water. 90% of world trade happens by sea. Nearly 100%, about 99% of telephonic and internet data moves through submarine cables. But 100% of people live on land. And so if we're talking about maritime insecurity, maritime crime, maritime threats, we're talking about people who live on land, leaving the land to the sea, and intending to bring the spoils of that activity out at sea back to land. So that means if we want to solve the problem of maritime insecurity, we can't solve it on the water. That means technology that we are focused on using on the water may help us solve a symptom, but it won't solve the problem. We have to change the conditions that led to that. And 10 years ago, I believe my dear friend and colleague, Ashish Malakia, spoke to that. We have to change the conditions. The third is that tools are only as good as those who wield them. The most incredible bit of technology is useless in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. Take something very simple. Take a scalpel. A scalpel in the hands of an expert surgeon can save a life. A scalpel in the hands of an expert artist can make something beautiful. A scalpel in the hands of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing with it is dangerous. It can cut by accident, or with nefarious intent, it can be used to kill. And so that same tool has the opposite effect, creating, saving, or destroying and hurting. Same tool, different wielders of it. And so we have to make sure that we are working on building that capacity to wield the tools that we have as effectively as possible. Similarly, when we look at maritime technology, we could be designing it, building it, and using it for good. Take drones. Drones can be an incredible opportunity for doing all kinds of things to monitor and surveil the maritime domain, or to transport things ship to shore and shore to ship, including medicine, food, supplies. But they can also be used to attack ships and kill seafarers. They can also be used to traffic drugs, arms, and other contraband. So it depends again on who's wielding the tool as to whether it is used for good or for bad. And we have to remember that everything that can be made by man can be broken by man. Everything man makes, man can break. So never ever assume that the inherent goodness of a piece of technology will be used as all, for all, by all, for good. That is also true of maritime domain awareness. Only those who understand what we are looking at and translate dots on a screen actually take us to action. And that brings us to the next point, which is that a legal finish needs a legal start. If we are trying to change the risk-reward calculus for those who are operating illicitly and undesirably on the water, we need to make sure that at the very beginning of the process of identifying their behavior, we are thinking about how we can change their behavior. And that requires that we make sure that any tool we use, be it an MDA platform, a drone, a craft of different sorts, we are integrating it into an institutional structure that has the capacity to truly operate across the spectrum of what I call the maritime security cycle. The cycle starts with the law. That's what tells us what should and shouldn't be happening. It's the framework by which we assess everything that's going on. We then monitor and surveil the maritime domain. Very useful application for technology. But we have to be doing that with a third element, which is analysis in mind. We need to be thinking, is this desirable or undesirable? If it's undesirable, the analysis doesn't stop there. Is it legal or illegal? If it's illegal, it doesn't stop there. We have to ask next, is this actionable or not? May we legally do something about the activity that we're seeing? And even if we can, physically, can we do something about this activity? Is it achievable? And even if it is it wise? Is it worth doing? Is it worth the fuel? Is it worth the time? Is it worth the risk? And if it's not any of those things, is there something else we could do to help ensure that we are working towards the safety, security, stability, and prosperity of our maritime domain? Maritime domain awareness is fantastic, but until it turns into action, it is just maritime voyeurism. And so once we've analyzed what's going on, we need to make sure we have a process to share information, to get the information to the right decision makers in a timely fashion so that they can then plan an operation, execute that operation, collect evidence, hand over to land-based authorities, arrest the people involved, prosecute them, adjudicate that prosecution, and hopefully penalize them in a way that changes that risk-reward calculus. And if anything of that breaks down, we got to go back to the law and make sure that law, like any tool, is fit for purpose. And finally, a region is stronger than a country. If you take a stick, you can break it. If you take a bundle of sticks, it's much harder to do. And so as we look towards the future, we hear the Nigerian Navy's motto, onward together. And I think that is a resounding cry for that collaboration across not just public-private partnership, but partnership between countries, between regions even. And so the more we work together towards the common goal of making the waters of the world more safe, secure, stable, and prosperous, the more we can do. So just to conclude, I want to add two final considerations. Rain beats the leopard's skin, but it doesn't wash out the spots. No matter how much technology we apply, no matter how much good effort we put in, criminals are always going to be innovating. They're always going to be looking for that illicit profit. We will always have maritime threats. It's what we do to innovate around them and how we develop better and better capacity to recognize them and respond to them effectively that changes who's leading the dance and who's following. And finally, there's a difference between knowing how something is done and knowing how to do it. This is something my mother always told me. And in honoring women, as we talked about on this stage last night, I wanted to honor my own mother, who taught me that there's a big difference between having a concept of something and having a reality of something. And I'm so happy over the last 10 years to have seen the transformation from the concept of maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea to the reality of it. And with that, I look forward to the 80th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy and the continued efforts of Africa as a whole to safeguard its maritime domains for the prosperity of all. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him another round of applause, please, for that well-delivered paper? Again, I would like to quickly give a little summary of what he has told us. Dr. Ian Ralby started with a global overview of the security around the world. I did emphasize on the importance of AI and how much technology has impacted the world over the years, particularly in recent times. He supported his thesis by quotes from Mark Twain and Albert Einstein. Then, of course, he went further to look at the key points that would define his thought process. He did say that procurement is not partnership and emphasized the need for us to understand the thin line or the point of departure between these two contending variables. But in doing that also, he did tell us that maritime insecurity is caused by actions or inactions of stakeholders, governments, individuals, rogue actors on land. In other words, whatever maritime crime we find out in the global commons is a fundamental causation effect coming from actions on land. Therefore, if we put our acts together on land, we largely will reduce the incidences of criminality and crime in our global commons. So it behooves on governments and agencies of government to do the needful to ensure good governance, eliminate those things that will pursue or cause people to go into act of criminality. He subsequently said that we should ensure deliberate choice in the application of technology as a tool for solving problems or considering it as an enabler because of their inherent challenges. Because the choices we make will live with us. He further talked about the importance of proper analysis of data and its proper application for enhanced security efficiency within our operational dictum. And finally, he hammered on the all-important partnership, global maritime partnership, that no one nation can do it alone. But if we're united in our concerted effort, we should be able to address most of the problems. And what are the advantages of global maritime partnership? It allows for those other countries or partners to bring those competencies that they have that has given them leverage and advantage, and then allows us to entrench a common structure that enables economy of effort, economy of resources, and burden sharing. So our core competencies becomes a comparative advantage and will allow us to act within the realms of what is required to achieve the desired results. So with that, he concluded by saying that he will be willing to come back again when invited. On that note, can we please give him another round of applause? I will therefore invite our third speaker, Dr. Adeliku, to give us his own insight. He'll be talking on future trends in emerging maritime technology capacity building. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Chief of Naval Staff, permit me to stand on already established protocols. I must commend the Nigerian Navy for convening this important symposium under the theme Sea Power for Africa. The timing of this conversation could not be more strategic. Today, as we've heard from previous speakers, the maritime domain, so central to our economies, security, sovereignty, and regional integration, is undergoing one of the most profound transformations in modern history. Emerging technologies are rapidly redefining how nations secure their waters, facilitate trade, manage their ports, monitor fisheries, and protect critical maritime infrastructure. Finally, I wish to speak today not merely about technology, but about preparedness, leadership, institutional resilience, and strategic foresight. The strategic moment before us. Can we go to page 3 of the slide? Our region, the Gulf of Guinea, and indeed the wider West and Central Africa maritime space, occupies a critical position in global commerce and maritime connectivity. Yet, it remains vulnerable to complex and evolving maritime threats, including piracy, armed robbery at sea, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, trafficking and transnational organized crime, environmental and maritime safety risk, as well as emerging cyber threats targeting our ports, logistics systems, and maritime infrastructure. At the same time, we are witnessing an unprecedented wave of technological innovation that is reshaping global maritime. This includes artificial intelligence and predictive analytics, autonomous and unmanned maritime systems, smart ports and digital logistic platforms, satellite-enabled maritime domain awareness systems, big data and integrated surveillance technology. All of these have been alluded to by previous speakers, particularly in the first session we had this morning. This convergence of risk and opportunity presents us with a defining strategic moment in our region. The decisions we make today will determine whether Africa becomes merely a consumer of maritime technologies developed elsewhere, particularly in the Western world, or capable of competitive participation in shaping the maritime domain of our future. Technology without capacity is ineffective. All day we've heard, Your Excellencies, how technology alone can transform our maritime domain in terms of security. Let me say that technology alone does not deliver maritime security or economic transformation. Capacity does. As we acquire drones, as we acquire systems to tackle the issue of insecurity, we must also focus on building capacity. We may procure sophisticated systems, deploy cutting-edge surveillance systems and platforms, and invest heavily in digital infrastructure. However, without the human, institutional, regulatory, and operational capacity to effectively manage and sustain these technologies, their impact will remain limited. The future does not only belong to those who merely acquire technology, it will belong to those who can integrate, adapt, maintain, innovate, and strategically govern it. Consequently, capacity building must become the centerpiece of our maritime modernization agenda. This morning, we've heard someone ask a question. Can we allow foreigners, in fact, man drones in our naval assets? The answer is simple. We must invest in developing local human capacity to man these systems. It is not enough to acquire sophisticated systems from Western nations, yet we do not invest in the local human capacity to manage them. So they must go hand in hand. Human capacity development is indeed a necessity for driving the security of our maritime domain. Cybersecurity as a core maritime priority. This will be slide number 7. In the interest of time, I'm skipping some slides. Our port systems, shipping systems, custom platforms, and logistic chains are increasingly digitized and therefore increasingly vulnerable to cyber threats. Cybersecurity can no longer be treated as a purely technical matter, must now be recognized as a strategic governance and national security priority. Accordingly, the navies of Africa and maritime administrations must develop maritime cyber resilience strategies, incident response frameworks, digital risks management systems, and specialized cyber capacity within maritime institutions. How do we reframe capacity building from training systems to transformation? Your Excellencies, Capacity building must not be viewed as isolated workshops or periodic technical training programs. It must instead be understood as a comprehensive system of transformation involving people. Occasionally, we organize workshops, we send people out for training, but that is not enough. Investing in local capacity building, as I said, is very crucial in addressing the shortage of manpower in taking care of the maritime assets to ensure that our borders and maritime domains are safe. I propose 5 strategic pillars that we must consider. We must prioritize the development of a technologically competent maritime workforce by integrating digital competencies into maritime education and training curricula. We must upscale personnel across maritime and security agencies, promote interdisciplinary expertise where maritime operations intersect with technology, and encourage innovation, research, and youth participation in maritime technology development. Modernizing our governance system. Technology adoption requires institutions that are agile, coordinated, and innovation-driven. Therefore, the Nigerian Navy must establish dedicated technology and innovation units, strengthen interagency coordination mechanisms, institutionalize data-driven decision-making processes, and modernize regulatory systems, as well as enhance operational interoperability among the maritime stakeholders. No single nation can independently address the scale and complexity of emerging maritime threats and technological transitions. Regional solidarity remains indispensable. I'm glad to see the navies of sister countries, not only within West Africa, but indeed across Africa that are here today. That strategic partnership is very essential. As somebody alluded to earlier on, that crime, maritime crime, knows no border. When maritime crime occurs in Nigeria, it will spread to Ghana, it will spread to Equatorial Guinea and other neighboring countries. Therefore, we must deepen collaboration with the private sector, technology developers and service providers, academics and research institutions, as well as development finance institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me make a proposal that the establishment of a regional maritime technology and capacity building initiative under the leadership of the Nigerian Navy, in collaboration with my organization, the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, is imperative. Through this center, we can establish regional centers of excellence, develop standardized certification and competency frameworks, facilitate joint simulation exercises and operational training, and promote maritime technology research tailored to African realities. The organization I represent is 50 years old. We are a miniature of the International Maritime Organization that you all know, the IMO in London, but ours is called the Maritime Organization for West and Central Africa. It was founded by the 25 heads of states of these countries from Mauritania to Angola 50 years ago, last year. And so we do exactly what the IMO does, particularly with a focus on maritime safety awareness, SOLAS, and other such initiatives. Before coming to this position, I'm glad, Chief of Navy, I was Director of Maritime Safety in the Ministry of Transport for about 5 years, and we partnered with the Navy to establish the Deep Blue Project, which has successfully eliminated piracy in the waters of this country and beyond the region of West Africa. The immediate past Chief of Navy, I'd worked closely with him in that regard as well. So I am indeed a member of this family and delighted to contribute my thoughts on this system. Let me call to action. Chief of Navy, history will not judge our generation by the technologies available during our time alone, but by the wisdom, urgency, and strategic vision with which we have responded to change. Let us therefore recommit ourselves to investing in our people, not only on platforms, building institutions, not merely infrastructure, promoting cooperation rather than fragmentation, encouraging innovation rather than dependency, and preparing our Navy sector for today's challenges and also for tomorrow's reality. Permit me to emphasize that the future of maritime security and maritime governance, as well as the blue economy development in our region, will ultimately be determined by our collective capacity to adapt, innovate, collaborate, and lead. If we act decisively and strategically,
we can transform our maritime domain from a zone of vulnerability into a powerful engine of prosperity, stability, integration, and sustainable development. The future of maritime order is already emerging. Africa must be prepared not only to participate in it, but also to shape it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Gentlemen, you all agree with me that Dr. Adiluku has eloquently done justice to this topic. Can we please applaud him for the benefit of his knowledge and intellectual propriety? I will try as quickly as possible, sorry, to just give an overview of his presentation for proper guidance in the interactive session. He started by doing a holistic overview of the geostrategic importance of the Gulf of Guinea and the West and Central African maritime space. He espoused threat analysis that permeate the space, which we all know, so I'm not going to dwell on that. And then, of course, he went further to establish the wave of technological innovation that is reshaping the maritime operations globally. And he highlighted artificial intelligence and predictive analytics, autonomous and unmanned maritime systems, smart ports, digital logistic frameworks, satellite-enabled maritime domain awareness systems, big data, and integrated surveillance technologies, and cyber-enabled maritime operations. With that said, he tried to establish a nexus between technology, human capital, and institutions, and the essence of regulatory governance framework, which he said must be deliberate and must be a holistic process to determine the efficacy of a clearly defined process. He further told us that development of organic and indigenous technologies is very germane if we want to leapfrog and be part of the global big players. But he further emphasized that such technology must be Afrocentric, innovative, and properly structured to define our intents and purpose. It says that technology or economic transformation, that capacity does. So we should, as a continent, partner with our global partners and see how we can generate our own indigenous and organic capacities and capabilities to define the challenges that we have. He talked about the threat of artificial intelligence, and he says that the strategic value of AI will depend largely on the quality of human oversight and institutional readiness. It's a global concern today. Everybody is worried, but of course, it's a process that can be achieved with good intents and purpose. Then he went further to talk about the question that requires proactive regulatory leadership to deal with this all-important challenge of AI. And then he talked about cybersecurity as a core maritime priority, highlighted what we should do to ensure that we deal with that as quickly as possible. He emphasized the issue of human capacity and human capital and said that for us, it should be a priority and that the development of technologically competent maritime workforce must be integral and define digital competencies into maritime education and training curriculums. We should upskill existing personnel across maritime and security agencies, promote interdisciplinary expertise, where maritime operations intersect with technology, cybersecurity, and data science. We must encourage innovation, research and development, and most importantly, youth participation in maritime technology development. Subsequently, he went further to talk about institutional readiness of what he thinks should be the building blocks. He talked about regional cooperation, scaling through collective action, and then, of course, narrowed it down to strategic partnership. And he emphasized that we must deepen collaboration with the private sector, technology developers and service providers, the academics and research institutions, development finance institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to lay emphasis on this particular aspect. Partnership collaboration with development finance institutions. Impetus to develop organic capacities by funding research institutions, particularly in our universities, secondary schools, even at the elementary level. By the Navy, we have this project. For instance, we had in the morning a program that talked about UAVs, organic development of UAVs indigenously. These are the kind of projects we can throw at them and ask that they should do what? Fund it and fund it holistically. Subsequently, I also think that government, unfortunately, the political elites that drive this process have left. But I will want to suggest that in the communique following this seminar, it should be captured that the legislation should be enacted to compel the financial institutions to fund research and development in this country. That should be a starting point. So he further went to talk about the way forward and talked about the establishment of a regional maritime technology and capacity building initiative under the leadership of the Nigerian Navy. What he has done is that he's thrown an olive branch to the Navy to say, come partner with MOQA, so that both entities, in partnership with global maritime stakeholders and experts, will establish regional centers of excellence, develop standardized certification and competence framework, facilitate joint simulation exercises and operational training, in addition to what is already existing. Promote maritime technology research tailored to African realities. For emphasis, tailored to African realities, because we have our peculiarities and challenges. So it is only us that will develop that framework to address it. Of course, support innovation and indigenous solution development and strengthen regional interoperability and preparedness. He concluded by a call to action and said that we must invest in people, not only reforms. We must build institutions, not just institutions, strong institutions and not merely infrastructures. We must promote cooperation rather than fragmentation, encourage innovation rather than dependency, and prepare our maritime sector not only for today's challenge, but for tomorrow's realities. On this note, he concluded. Once again, gentlemen, I'd like to ask that we give him a round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I think we've now come to the interactive section. It is open, just like we had in the session the morning. Feel you have something to contribute, a question to ask, just kindly raise up your hand, identify yourself, and pose your question. And then if it is a contribution, also say so that we know on what side of the aisle you stand. With that said, we have the microphones on the various aisles. Very good. So ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for your contributions and questions. Then we'll provide the answers. Thank you.
The Chief of Naval Staff visiting naval chiefs, senior officers serving and retired, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. To God be the glory, we're celebrating Navy at 70 with Nurse Soja, Chief of Naval Staff and others. 20 years ago, we're privileged to host the Navy's Golden Jubilee as a command, Western Command. So to me, it's a thing of joy. And I said to all this, to God be the glory. I haven't said that. Mine is a contribution. And to state a few facts. Each time we gather, I hear words like the Deep Blue Project is responsible for the eradication of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, Nigeria. But I like my dear speaker because what I've had today has been very educative. But we need to clear some issues. How did the Deep Blue eradicate piracy? But let me tell you why I've said this. The Nigerian Navy has two maritime domain awareness systems. One, the Falcon Eye. The Falcon Eye sweeps from Cameroon to Togo, 200 nautical miles. It deploys 4 sensors. The Amos satellite that sweeps from Cameroon to beyond Togo, the coastal radars that sweep up to 35 nautical miles, and the high-frequency radars that sweep from the coastline to Nigeria's exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles. It communicates using VSAT, person-to-person via video communication system. That is the effort the Nigerian Navy has put in, and to that up is the Regional Maritime Awareness Center. That is why their IMO took out Nigeria and exited Nigeria from the piracy-prone zone with the Deep Blue Project. So I would like I've had all the facts, but I think there's the need to applaud and to give the Navy what it takes to establish this program from 2017 with 0% redundancy. That is what the Navy has. So whenever we are gathered, please, I am imploring us to bring out the facts. So what did the Deep Blue do to have eradicated piracy? I've just given you that, what the Navy has done to eradicate piracy. I will accept this fact. Please put your hands together for the Navy.
Thank you, Admiral Akpan. We know your passion about the Navy. You're one of our eggheads. Thank you very much. But Dr. Ian Ralby will speak to your comments subsequently. Next person, please. For paucity of time, we're going to take just 5 questions or contributions. Doctor, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. We are talking about partnership here, on how partnership can lead to improvement in maritime security. And there is this usual notion of the military being an enclosed, security organization, in which case it does things, then looks at it from the perspective of security, shouldn't be divulged, into the civilian space. Now, I'm asking it's a general question to everybody, over there, that what is the best approach? Yesterday, we had the Chief of Naval Staff talking about the synergy amongst some African countries, to create a task force on maritime surveillance. But then somebody again asked the question here the other time that what is the plan internally before we begin to extend, externally? So within the Nigerian Navy, what is the effort at engaging the resources that are abundant, replete within our national borders, and then before even thinking of going out? Then to the people up there, what will you, counsel? What will you recommend for the Nigerian Navy or even our national navies within the African continent? The steps that they need to take internally to build that synergy as a first step before extending it outside. Because if it is well built internally, then the model can be extended. After being tested, internally, then we can be very sure that it's going to, happen on a broader scale. Thank you very much. I hope my question is clear. Thank you.
Absolutely, we gotcha. We'll get the Chief of Naval Operations subsequently to address the issue of efforts being made to ensure collaboration and cooperation internally and, of course, externally. But I can tell you for free that a lot of work has been done. It's just that many of these are not in the public domain. The paper presented by Vice Admiral Badua clearly highlighted the legal frameworks that are in place already that provide the platform for such regional and global maritime partnership and cooperation, as the case is. Okay, yes, please. He wants to also give another example.
I'll give one more example of how coordination takes place. We had a couple of incidents of a few decades ago along the Indian coast where the shipping which was crossing from Malacca to the Red Sea and that area, they come within our EZ, and unfortunately, small mechanical trawlers and sailboat fishing vessels, there was an accident, one or two accidents. Now, imagine at that time, local sentiments were very high about these fishermen. So the state governments, the central government started looking for a solution. And obviously the Ministry of Shipping was involved in it. They started coordinating with the state governments and the central government for a way out and published recommended routes within our EEZ. And those routes, once they were accepted by the entire set of organizations, came to the National Hydrographic Office for publication in our charts with a warning, etc., etc. As proper, we did not have to go to any other external international agency for declaring these recommended routes. And now, since they are within the EEZ, it protects our fishermen as well as directs the shipping through these routes. That is a kind of coordination. So you don't know what situation will arise when you have to do this coordination within the government agency, including the state governments and the central government. Thank you.
Very much for that insight. Any other? We'll take two more quickly. Any other person? All right. I assume we're all done. I'd like Dr. Ralby to respond to the issue of the Blue Sea
Yeah, if I could actually respond to 3 points. I wanted to start by talking about this deep blue fallacy, if you will. I think that we have a tendency when we see a procurement to attribute success to that procurement rather than recognize the basis on which that procurement became actionable. I've seen so many things procured over the years that are excellent pieces of equipment, and they're never used. And so it's important to note that the use of that procurement is the first element, but there are a couple of other things. Part of it was also the increase in the proficiency of the Navy to actually do interdictions and boardings, but not just the Navy. It's also the Navy working with the prosecutors, working with NIMASA, working with other agencies, and that collective proficiency that I think really does deserve credit, because it's not ultimately Nigerian Navy that solved the problem, it's Nigeria that solved the problem as a whole. Nigeria gets the credit as a whole. So I think the Navy deserves a huge amount of credit, huge amount. But we have to recognize that it was a collective effort. Similarly, I think we also have to recognize that presence on the water has a continuing effect. And that presence is partly because of procurements like what we saw yesterday with new naval vessels being commissioned, and like what we've seen with other states in the region building out their navies, and other partners from other parts of the world contributing to that presence. But it also has to do with prosecutions, because as long as piracy was not actually illegal in Nigeria, there's only so much you could do about it. It was an international crime, but it wasn't a domestic one. Until SPOMO, there wasn't a chance to actually move forward on changing that risk-reward calculus. We don't have that many pirates, really. A couple hundred, maybe, that have actually engaged in piracy. This is a country of over 200 million people, and yet a couple hundred were jeopardizing the economic security of the state. But you put a couple of them in prison for 20 years, and it suddenly changes their risk reward calculus, because their numbers diminish quickly when 20 of them have gone to prison, and you're looking at 10% of all the pirates having now been locked up. So things are complicated. And I think that persistence is another piece of this, that we've seen the persistence not only of the Nigerian Navy and NIMASA and the prosecutors here, but of the Gulf of Guinea architecture, the Yaoundé architecture, the neighbors, Togo, Benin, and Niger in Zone E, the neighboring states in Zone D, Cameroon, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Sao Tome, and across the entire infrastructure, all the zones, all the cooperative efforts between CRESMAC and CRESMEO, the ICC, and organizations like MOCA all contribute to this. And I think only when you look at the whole picture do you get the real answer. And so it's easy to point to Deep Blue or any procurement as a part of that whole, but we have to look at the whole. And I think that when we look to some of these other questions, I just want to make 2 quick points. One, Mr. Moderator, on your comment about Oxford University. As a Cambridge man, I'm delighted to hear Oxford being trashed. That gave me great joy. But there is a reason that Oxford gets all that development funding. They have 9 centuries of a track record of delivering excellent results. And if you are looking at giving money to somebody that is well established and you know you're going to get results, you have a sure bet versus somebody who's untested and unknown. And one of the things I would advise, and I've experienced this firsthand just recently, and I'll share that experience in 2 sentences. Show, don't tell. You can tell everybody how great you are till you're blue in the face. But until they see it, they're not going to believe it. And in fact, the more you say it, the less they'll believe it. So in order to have institutional capacity in the form of funding and financing, you need institutional credibility. And so you got to build that credibility by showing, not telling. So deliver results. I partnered with the CARICOM Impacts, the Implementation Agency for Crime and Security in the Caribbean 2 years ago. And we started doing for free a monthly seminar on making sense of maritime matters. Totally free. Auxilium Worldwide and CARICOM Impacts put it on each month. And initially, we started small. And now we have between 300 and 350 people on the call each month. And people are now taking these courses together. It's all been free. And it's been professionals that wanted to share a little bit of wisdom for 2 hours a month. Not a big commitment. But what's happened is all the donors, all the development partners are now investing in CARICOM Impacts because they're seeing that they're delivering results. So show, don't tell.
And finally, on building the internal synergy and capacity to make a combined maritime task force a reality, I want to really emphasize the need for operator imperative. If the operators don't like what they're being asked to do, they're not really going to do it. We have three types of will, and we forget that will isn't just about political will. There's also operational will, and there's legal will to take things forward. And all three of those have to coalesce. And if you want to build operational will, you have to give the operators the space to play. That's a strange thing to say, but there cannot be an overly prescriptive means of making maritime security work. You have to give an opportunity for there to be a dialogue between the paper and practice. Look at Zone E. Zone E was written down, the agreement for it, in 2013. It took about a decade for it to get put into place on the water. Zone D, by contrast, started on the water. It still doesn't have a full legal agreement, but it's been operating on the water since 2009. And so if operators see why they're doing it, if they see that it's addition, it's subtraction by addition, they're doing a little bit more, but they're getting a lot more out of it, they'll be inclined towards it. And so don't be overly prescriptive, give the space to play, and ultimately focus on the main goal. It has to work. So find whatever works with the operators who are going to have to make it work.
Thank you, Doc, for that very insightful clarification. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to think that in the absence of any other contribution or comment, I'd like to quickly is it a contribution or a question, please? Contribution. All right, we take that as the last. Thank you.
Sir, Adamu, Navy Captain, sir, present defense attaché in Rwanda. Sir, I was a member representing the NSC in a different shoe, not as a naval officer, but on the steering committee of DIB. And I happen to be also on the operational perspective. So I wanted to also contribute and align with what my good friend, Ayaralbi, just mentioned. I don't want to say that it is a policy, but it's a very descriptive issue in the sense that the Deep Blue project was created as an intervention project in the interest of the Republic to procure equipment for the armed forces of Nigeria. So the aircraft, the Cessna, is flown by the Nigerian Air Force. And the assets of the special mission vessels and the aircraft are flown by naval aviators. So definitely, while it is a collaborative effort, but it is mainly driven by the armed forces of Nigeria. So the attempt to somehow, probably from a journalistic perspective, without looking at the national security mission, sometimes have created a form of fragmentation across borders, because when people read about the Deep Blue, it looks like a force or a kind of force that has been created by the Constitution to support security system in Nigeria. So it is very clear constitutionally that the defense of the maritime space remains with the Navy, and that the appropriate language is to come up to say that there is an intervention project, simply a procurement project, that is currently supporting the armed forces of Nigeria. So I will stop here, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your contribution. It is noted. But a lot of people, in spite of what you have said, also have their reservations. What happens is when policy is not clearly defined, and then the principal actors that are supposed to be part and parcel of that policy are not carried along as stakeholders. With these few remarks, I will rest that matter on Deep Blue Sea project. By way of sum up, and concluding remarks, I want to say that capacity building serves as a critical enabler that transforms emerging technologies from mere tools into effective maritime security capabilities. By investing in human capital, institutional readiness, and technological proficiency, maritime nations can significantly improve surveillance, threat detection, response capabilities, and overall maritime domain awareness, thereby achieving a more secure and resilient maritime environment. With these concluding remarks, I want to thank once again the Chief of the Naval Staff and the entire organizing committee of this SPAS 2026 for giving the resource persons and my humble self the singular honor and privilege to be part and parcel of this all-important discourse. Thank you very much for your rapt attention, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please let's appreciate the moderator and presenters again. May I please request that the moderator and presenters please remain on stage while I kindly request the Chief of the Naval Staff to make a presentation. May I now respectfully call on the Chief of the Naval Staff. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir. We're starting with Vice Admiral Vaini Badwa. Gave a presentation on capacity building in emerging technologies for improved maritime security. Is Dr. Ian Rabel, who gave a presentation on training designs for acquisition in emerging technologies. Next is Dr. Paul Adaliku. He gave a presentation on partnerships with technology providers, the future of capacity building in emerging technologies. Lastly, the moderator, Vice Admiral DJ Ezioba. Sir, may I request for a group photograph with the moderator and the presenters? Thank you, sir. At the end of the presentation, we shall now proceed to a sponsorship interlude, starting with CMN. May I most respectfully call on Mr. Good, the account manager, CMN Naval, to make the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, Chief of Naval Staff, distinguished guests, on behalf of Semen Naval, it's an honor to be here today on the occasion of the 17th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy, with distinguished guests and naval leaders from Nigeria and neighboring countries of the Gulf of Guinea. My name is Guillaume Godet, International Naval Key Account Manager, with my colleague Abdallah Doumit, Deputy Sales Director. We represent Semen Naval, an integrated group with shipyards and facilities in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. CMN Naval has delivered more than 48 navies and coast guard around the globe, has already delivered more than 3,500 vessels, and we have about 2,000 employees today across the world. We have a short video to introduce you with our different vessel and solution. Thank you. For the specific mission of your region, full maritime surveillance of your economical zone, anti-piracy operation, protection of oil and gas resources, and control of maritime borders, we would like to highlight our sea and combat-proven solution.
A few words about our vessels. The HSI 32 is a patrol boat capable of reaching speed of up to 46 knots. It has been delivered in 60 units, and it is operated by Middle Eastern countries and African countries. It is sea-proven and combat-proven. The Ocean Eagle, due to its slender hull, has a very efficient operation expenditure and is also operated by African and Middle Eastern countries for long range and endurance at sea. Our offshore patrol vessel range, the CL 75, 65, and 55, is known for its high endurance at sea up to 30 days. And last but not least, the BR-71 Mk2 is a corvette, but it is equipped with a weapon system comparable to one of a frigate. It is sea-proven and combat-proven. It is operated by navies in the Middle East and in Africa. CMN Naval do offer a turnkey solution, integrated logistics support, but we also propose transfer of technology programs. And as our colleague in the last session said, show it, don't say it. We have already done it in the Middle East. In Abu Dhabi, we have built 5 of these vessels, the BR-71, but also in Africa.
Excellencies, dear guests, CMN Naval is committed to supporting the navies and coast guard of the Gulf of Guinea in their maritime sovereignty ambitions. We offer not only superior quality vessels, but also a sustainable industrial partnership based on skill transfer and local trainings. We are ready to discuss solutions adapted to your specific needs and to establish a constructive dialogue to strengthen maritime security in our common region. Thank you very much for your attention, and we're at your disposal to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we shall see a video, as we do not have a physical representative from Dangote Group.
Lekki, Lagos stands a bold testament to the Nigerian ambition. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery isn't just steel and concrete. It is the audacity of a dream. Feat of vision, commitment, and engineering genius. The world's largest single-train petroleum refinery, a $20 billion investment in Nigeria, (2,600 hectares). This 650,000 barrels a day refinery is the most ambitious industrial project Nigeria has ever seen. It's a futuristic control room powered by precision, intelligence, and brilliance of Nigerian professionals. In a sealed environment of global standards, the refinery houses one of the most advanced laboratories in the world, where science ensures every product meets the highest international benchmarks. To refinery, it's a lifetime. Fueling industries, stabilizing supplies, ending decades of import dependency, and turning Nigeria into a net exporter of petroleum products like jet fuel, diesel, and the PMS. Of over 100,000 jobs, a projection of $25 billion annual savings on imports to foreign exchange reserves, a projected $15 billion annual growth to GDP, and guaranteed technology transfer and skill acquisition. The impact resonates across every corner of Nigeria and Africa. From the small shops to the highways, from the town to the north, transformation is inevitable. During potential is unlocked, one refined drop at a time. The petroleum refinery is proof people's new dawn, where Nigerian resilience meets global standards and opportunities.
Distinguished guests, very senior officers, It has indeed been a very great day and insightful. Very shortly, we shall proceed for lunch, but permit me to make the following announcement. This proceeding shall come to a close when we break for lunch. May I announce that heads of navies and coast guards, heads of international maritime organizations, as well as icons of the Navy are kindly requested to proceed to the Iris Hall for the lunch. Thereafter, heads of navies bilateral meetings will take place. The venue will be shown on the screen. Ushers will be on hand should there be need. And also for other distinguished guests, our lunch will be at the gallery. And after that, we are kindly requested to proceed to the exhibition hall to have a walkthrough. And for tomorrow, the venue remains here and the timing is 9:30 a.m. Thank you all very much and we'll see you all tomorrow. May we all rise as the Chief of Naval Staff would depart the hall for lunch. Thank you very much.